Banana. Morning, ma'am. Morning, sister.
Excellencies, Reverend Fathers, Brothers, Sisters, distinguished resource persons, academicians, principals, and all esteemed delegates.
A warm welcome to one-day program on animation of Catholic education leaders with a guiding theme, Lights in Your Path, organized by the Telugu Catholic Bishop Council, Commission for Education, CBCI Office for Education, Culture, New Delhi.
Today's enrichment program stands on a powerful theme which reflects on the transformative pathways for the future of school education. Kindly be seated. In an era shaped by the artificial intelligence, emotional resilience, open learning, and evolving pedagogies, we aim to explore new frameworks that will help institutions nurture students who are future-ready, value-driven, and holistically developed. We thank you all for being present today. Your active participation will illuminate the shared journey of learning. Let us begin by invoking the divine blessings. I request the students of Little Flower School, UPPAL, to lead us in prayer song. May I request everyone to kindly rise for prayer. Thank you, dear students, for your melodious devotional hymn. We now request Monsignor Vijay Paul, the Administrator of Warangal Diocese, to lead us in prayer.
Monsignor Father Vijay Paul was appointed Administrator of the Diocese of Warangal on 5th April 2025 by the diocesan consultors under the guidance of the Apostolic Nunciature. His appointment reflects the trust placed in his leadership and dedicated service to the Church, and it is really fitting for all of us. Monsignor Vijay Paul, pray for us all. We now request him to lead us in prayer. I request all the participants kindly rise for the prayer.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. The Lord be with you. The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 5, verses 13 to 16. You are the salt of the earth, but if salt has lost its taste, how shall its saltness be restored? It is no longer good for anything except to be thrown out and trampled under the people's feet. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Nor do people light a lamp and put it under a basket, but on a stand, and it gives light to all in the house. In the same way, let your light shine before others, so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven. The Gospel of the Lord. Let us pray. Almighty Father, we thank you for gathering us today as your chosen instruments in the mission of the Catholic education. Your word reminds us, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Grant us this wisdom as we begin our seminar, so that all we do may reflect your truth and love. Lord Jesus, divine teacher, you said, let the children come to me. Bless our commitment to form young hearts and minds. Help us to become educators who lead by example, inspire by service, and teach with compassion, just as you taught on the hillsides of Galilee and in the synagogues. Holy Spirit, our guide and animator, your word says, the Holy Spirit will teach you everything. Fill us now with your wisdom, understanding, creativity, and courage. May this seminar enlighten our minds, strengthen our leadership, and renew our zeal for the Church's mission in education. Bless our resource persons, our organizers, and all Catholic education leaders gathered here. Help us as effective animators who inspire teachers, accompany students, and uplift our institutions with the gospel values. Mother Mary, seat of wisdom, intercede for us that we may carry out our educational ministry with humility, patience, and love. And Heavenly Father, we seek your special guidance and blessings upon the organizers, and especially TCBC, Commission for Education, and CBCI Office for Education and Culture. Lord, we place this entire animation program into your loving hands, trusting in your promise. I am with you always till the end of the age. We make this prayer through Christ our Lord.
Amen.
Thank you, Father, for setting the spiritual tone for this day of reflection and learning. Kindly be seated. Wisdom and new beginnings. When a lamp is lit, it pushes away darkness and invites clarity, courage, and truth. A single flame has the power to ignite many more without losing its glow.
Today, as we light this lamp, we embrace the spirit of our theme, lighting your path. May this flame guide us to enlighten minds, transform hearts, and lead us with integrity and compassion. In the Bible, we see John chapter 8, verse 12. Jesus is the light of the world.
Just as a lamp shows the way, may we be a light for others, illuminating their journey towards a brighter future. I now request the dignitaries to kindly come forward for the lighting of the lamp.
His Eminence Cardinal Poola, Metropolitan Archbishop of Hyderabad, and President of TCBC, Chairperson Commission for Education. And also now invite Most Reverend Elias Gonsalves, Archbishop of Nagpur, Chairperson CBCI Office for Education. Most Reverend Prakash Shagiri, Bishop of Khammam, Most Reverend Daman Kumar, Bishop of Nalgonda, Monsignor Vijay Paul, Administrator of Varaka Diocese, Reverend Father Maria Charles, SDB Secretary, and Reverend Father V.K. Swami.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Eminence, Excellencies, and Fathers. We now welcome the students of Ave Maria School, Nagpur, to present a welcome dance, inspiring us to enter this day with grace and gratitude.
देखो ऑर्डर कर देखो यार आना ऑडियो प्रॉब्लम बता
ఇదే విద్యకు అర్థం పరమా
Thank you, children, for the grateful presentation. Thank you, Reverend Father K. Pratha, Principal of Ave Maria School, Nagpur.
We welcome the following dignitaries to occupy the chairs on the dais. His Eminence and Cardinal Poola, Metropolitan Archbishop of Hyderabad, President of TCBC, and Chairperson Commission for Education. We welcome the following dignitaries to occupy the chairs on the dais. Now may I request His Eminence Cardinal Poola, Metropolitan Archbishop of Hyderabad, President of TCBC and Chairperson Commission for Education. Let us give a round of applause and welcome. Now may I request Most Reverend Elias Gonsalves, Archbishop of Nagpur and Chairperson CBCI Office for Education and Culture. Now may I request Most Reverend Prakash Shagiri, Bishop of Khammam. Now may I invite Most Reverend Daman Kumar, Bishop of Nalgonda. Now may I invite Monsignor Vijay Paul, Administrator, Diocese of Warangal. Now may I welcome Reverend Dr. Maria Charles, STB, Secretary, CBCI Office for Education and Culture, New Delhi.
We also invite our local leaders who guide the various communities and institutions to occupy the chairs on the dais. Reverend Father Dr. K. Stanislaus S.J., Provincial, Andhra and Telangana, Vice Chairman of TCBC Commission for Education. Reverend Brother Shachin Anthony, Provincial, Pune Province, Montfort Brothers of St. Gabriel, GB member of TCBC Commission for Education. Reverend Father Bhagat Kollapallu, Superior General, Missionaries of Congregation, Compassion. Reverend Mother Antonama Pairadi, Superior General, Congregation of the Sisters of St. Anne's, Pirangipuram. Reverend Monsignor Irwa Balashuri, Vicar General, Archdiocese of Hyderabad, Correspondent and Director, St. Joseph's Degree and PG College, Hyderabad. Reverend Brother Shai Alex, Provincial, Hyderabad Province, Montfort Brothers of St. Gabriel. Reverend Father Ignatius Santaraja, SVD, Provincial, Hyderabad Province. Reverend Sister Pauline Lucy, JMC, Provincial, Hyderabad Province. Reverend Sister Alphonse, Assistant Superior General, Catechist Sisters of St. Anne's, Hyderabad, representing the Superior General, Chibamala. Reverend Brother Arun Prakash, Correspondent and Local Superior of Little Flower Group of Institutions. Reverend Father Thomas Santiago, SDB, Provincial and President, CRI. Reverend Father Dr. Mark Sagai Raja, SJ, Regional Secretary, TCBC Commission for Education, AP. Reverend Father Dr. V.K. Swami, Secretary, TCBC Commission for Education, Telangana.
We are privileged to be in the presence of many esteemed leaders of education and ecclesial service. I now invite Reverend Father Thomas Santiago, STB, Provincial and CRA President, for the welcome address. Your Eminence, Poola Metropolitan Archbishop of Hyderabad, President of TCBC and Chairperson Your Grace, Most Reverend Elias Gonsalves, Archbishop of Nagpur and Chairperson CBCI Office for Education. Your Lordship, Reverend Prakash Sagli, Bishop of Khammam, and Most Reverend Daman Kumar, Bishop of Nalgonda, Monsignor UPPAL, Administrator of the Diocese of Warangal, Reverend Father Maria Charles, SDB, Secretary, CBCI, Office for Education and Culture, New Delhi, Reverend Father V.K. Swami, Secretary, TCBC Commission for Education, esteemed guests, resource persons, Reverend Fathers, Sisters, Brothers, heads of institutions, educators, and dear participants. With great joy and gratitude, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you to lighting your path and animation for Catholic leaders in education. Today is a moment of grace where leaders thinkers, and educators gather with one heart and mission to renew our commitment to form young minds and illuminate their paths with the light of Christ. We are deeply privileged to have among us visionary shepherds of the Church, whose leadership inspires and strengthens Catholic education across India. Your presence today affirms our purpose, encourages our ministry, and challenges us to continue serving with excellence, compassion, and integrity. This program aims to empower Catholic educational leaders to respond creatively to emerging needs, spiritually, professionally, and socially, so that our institutions remain places where faith and knowledge flourish together. To all participants gathered here, thank you for your commitment to shaping young lives. May today's animation enrich us, unite us, and guide us towards a renewed sense of mission. With these sentiments, I once again welcome each of you wholeheartedly. May God bless our time together and make it fruitful. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. They echo the words of the hearts of the participants. All our leaders need our appreciation and wishes as they have come here to light our path in the education ministry, living their works. Thank you, Father. We are deeply honored to now invite His Eminence Anthony Cardinal Poola, Archbishop of Hyderabad and President TCBC, to deliver the presidential address, a message that will inspire our educational vision for the future.
His Eminence Anthony Cardinal Poola, Archbishop of Hyderabad and President of the TCBC, is the first Telugu Cardinal in the history of the Catholic Church in India. Born on 15th November in 1961 in Poola, Andhra Pradesh. He was ordained as a priest in 1992 and served as a Bishop of Cardinal from 2008 to 2020. Before being appointed Archbishop of Hyderabad in November 2020, elevated to the College of Cardinals by Pope Francis on 27 August 2022. Cardinal Poola Anthony has become a symbol of inclusion and hope for marginalized communities, while guiding the Archdiocese of Hyderabad with the pastoral seal and representing the Telugu Catholic Church at the national and universal level. We now welcome Cardinal to address the participants.
Thank you very much. All he spoke is true. I suppose. His Grace Archbishop Elias Gonsalves, the Chairman for CBCI Office for Education and Culture, our own bishops, Bishop Sagli Prakash, Bishop of Khammam, Bishop Daman Kumar, Bishop of Nalgonda, Monsignor Vijay Paul, the Administrator of Warangal, our Vicar General Balashori, Father Charles, the Secretary for the CBCI Office for Education and Culture, Sister Pauli, the Provincial Superior, Reverend Father Boban, the Superior General of Missionaries of Compassion, and Brother John, the Gabriel Brothers, Brother Shajan, Shine Alex, and Sagai Raja, and the dignitaries on the stage, other provincials, distinguished guests who are part of education, especially in our nation and in a more special way our Telugu states, and in more special way our Telangana state. The theme that is chosen by our fathers V.K. Swami, Sagai Raja and Charles, lighting your path, animation of Catholic education leaders. You know very well, and you and me have heard enough and more from our beloved Pope Francis about the primary importance of education, and we hear many things in Laudato Si. And we are glad, we are blessed that we have new Pope in the person of Pope Leo XIV. Very recently, he has issued an apostolic exhortation, Dilexite, I have loved you. So there are many things, the both popes speak about working with the marginalized, the educational reflections and Dilexite, and the mission of Catholic institutions in India. I would like to give few reflections on this. I know for Charles and for V.K. Swami, Sagai Raja and all those who are in charge will develop the theme, but from the point of our Catholic Church, I would like to share the following reflections. Pope Leo, his apostolic exhortation, Dilexite, I have loved you, offers a profound invitation to rediscover the heart of the gospel. The gospel love expressed through justice, compassion and solidarity with the poor. The document proclaims that faith without active love for the marginalized is incomplete. Faith, love and the preferential option for the poor. In Dilexite, Pope Leo affirms that God's preferential love for the poor is not an exclusion but an invitation to recognize in the poor the face of Christ himself. For Catholic schools and universities, this means that education must be a ministry of love, forming hearts that see, judge and act with compassion. The poor and marginalized are not objects of pity, but partners in our shared journey toward justice and peace. Education must form men and women for others, committed to walking with the poor and healing the broken world. To translate Dilexite into practice, Catholic institutions need to form hearts as well as minds. Sensitization must become a continuous, intentional process. Here are the few points which I suggest a few pragmatic steps for all our schools to follow. The first one, prioritize the education of the poor. Recognizing that the education of the poor is not a favor but a duty and a fundamental requirement for the recognition of the human dignity. Institutions must actively work to make education available to all, especially the marginalized. Second, cultivate an economy of solidarity. Catholic institutions should promote sharing and mutual support in contrast to the logic of accumulation and self-interest. The education action plan must combine both individual charitable actions, that's almsgiving,
and efforts to change unjust social and economic structures. Students should be encouraged to make their voices heard, to denounce these issues. Third, staff formation. Teachers are the first agents of transformation. Educators should see themselves not merely as instructors, but as accompaniers of young people toward compassion and justice. The fourth, student awareness. Immersion programs, service learning, peace clubs, and environmental action teams can awaken empathy and civic responsibility. The fifth, parent engagement. The schools can organize seminars and dialogues with parents to share in the mission of forming children who are not self-centered but socially conscious and generous. I would like to propose some areas for a change that include: the first is admissions and accessibility. Prioritizing inclusion of children from marginalized, tribal, Dalit, and economically poor backgrounds. Scholarships and flexible fee structures and community sponsorship programs can help. The second area, curriculum design. Integrate peace education, environmental education, Laudato Si, and social justice into academic planning. Third, teacher training. Continuous formation in value-based pedagogy, intercultural dialogue, and inclusive education methods. The last area, ensure technology serves people. In the digital age, Catholic education must provide human-oriented digital training, prioritizing people before algorithms and ensuring that technology is issued to create connections and serve the marginalized, not to further isolation and inequality. Heads of the schools and managers must adopt more creativity, innovation, and empowerment in education. In fact, Dilexite and Laudato Si invite educators to be creative and prophetic. The challenges of today: the climate crisis, poverty, and digital divide in our society must make all our educators to have a fresh approach to teaching, learning, use of technology, and pastoral care. Schools and colleges must move beyond rote learning to foster critical thinking, innovation, and social responsibility. Education must empower students to become agents of transformation, agents of transformation, and the people who can build a more humane and sustainable world. In the spirit of Dilexite, this shared mission calls for a united effort: educators, parents, church, and society to build communities of love, peace, and justice. I wish to conclude. Dilexite reminds us that to love God is to love the poor, to educate is to serve, and to teach is to build peace. Hope and pray that our Catholic or Christian educators heed the call and read the signs of time. I would like to appreciate all the efforts made by our team, especially Father V.K. Sami, Sagai Raja, and all who really helped him, collaborated with him to have this meeting of today. May I appreciate our Archbishop, His Grace Elias, and Father Charles. And I know we will be enlightened, especially on the topic lighting your path, that is animation of Catholic education leaders. I wish you all the best, and let us all have a beautiful day with a meaningful participation and with the right motivation, with all the our reactions and responses, especially to our educational institutions in Telangana and also Andhra Pradesh. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Your
Your
Eminence,
Eminence,
for your
inspiring
inspiring
speech.
speech. Before we begin the technical session of today, let us appreciate our leaders' presence and their contribution at national and regional level in the field of education. We will honor them. For want of time, we shall do it as quickly as possible.
Now may I request Reverend Brother Sergeant Anthony to honor His Eminence Anthony Cardinal Poola, Metropolitan Archbishop of Hyderabad. Let us give a round of applause.
We request His Eminence Anthony Cardinal Poola to honor Most Reverend Elias Gonsalves, Archbishop of Nagpur. We request His Eminence Anthony Cardinal Poola to honor Most Reverend Elias Gonsalves, Archbishop of Nagpur, Chairperson CBCI Office for Education and Culture, New Delhi, who is our chief guest today.
We request Reverend Mother Antonamma Pairetti, Superior General of St. Anne's of Perengipuram, on her behalf. I request Reverend Sister Ratna to honor Most Reverend Prakash Shagli, Bishop of Khammam.
We request Reverend Father Dr. V.K. Swami, Secretary TCBC, to honor Most Reverend Dhawan Kumar, Bishop of Nalgonda.
Now we request Monsignor Y. Balashauri, Vicar General, Archdiocese of Hyderabad, Correspondent and Director of St. Joseph Degree and PG College, to honor Monsignor Vijay Paul, Administrator of Diocese of Warangal.
May I request our Cardinal Anthony Poola, Archbishop of Hyderabad, to honor our guests and provincials who assisted TCBC in the field of education. Reverend Father Dr. Maria Charles STB, Secretary, Office for Education and Culture, CBCI, New Delhi. Reverend Father Dr. K.S. Stanislaus Estate, Provincial, Andhra and Telangana, and Vice Chairman of TCBC Commission for Education. Reverend Brother Shachin Anthony, Provincial, Pune Province, Montfort Brothers of St. Gabriel. Reverend Brother Shachin Anthony, Provincial, Pune Province, Montfort Brothers, St. Gabriel, and GB member of TCBC Commission for Education. Reverend Father Gautam Kallapalli, Superior General, Missionaries of Compassion.
Thank you,
Thank
Your
you,
Eminence.
Eminence, for doing the honors.
Now may I request Most Reverend Elias Gonsalves, the chief guest of today's seminar, to honor our local leaders who implement Catholic education policies brought out by CBCI under your chairmanship. Now may I welcome Reverend Mother Antonamma Pairetti. On her behalf, I request Sister Ratna to come forward. Now may I request Monsignor Eruva Balashauri, Vicar General, Archdiocese of Hyderabad, Director and St. Joseph Degree, PG College, Hyderabad. Now may I request Reverend Brother Shine Alex, Provincial, Hyderabad Province, Montfort Brothers of St. Gabriel. Now may I request Reverend Father Thomas Santiago, STB, Provincial and President of Conference of Religious, CRI. Now may I request Reverend Father Ignatius Santuraja, SVD, Provincial, Hyderabad Province. Now may I request Reverend Sister Pauline Nusi, JNJ, Hyderabad Province. Now may I request Reverend Brother Arun Prakash, correspondent on Little Flower Institute. Now may I request Reverend Dr. Mark Sagayaraj, SA, TCBC Secretary for Education, Andhra Pradesh.
Thank you, dear Archbishop, for doing the honors. I request the dignitaries to please occupy the chairs on the. Now we'll be moving on to the technical sessions. So good morning, dear participants. We now begin the most awaited technical sessions of the day. I request Mr. Nishant Reddy, Vice President, School Solutioning, Co-School, Speaker of the session, to occupy the dais. May I now request also Reverend Father M. Noel, SDB, former Provincial Director of Birdie, the moderator of the session, to occupy the dais. I request Reverend Father M. Noel, SDB, to kindly occupy the dais. Mr. Nishant Reddy is the Vice President, School Solutioning at Co-School, leading innovative strategies to strengthen learning outcomes and drive institutional growth. With 12 plus years of experience in global EdTech leadership roles, he combines academic excellence with practical expertise. He holds an MBA from IIM Indore and BTech from NIT Warangal. I request Reverend Father M. Noel, SDP, moderator, to take over the session.
Good morning to everyone. Due to lack of time, I'm not going to address the dignitaries. As our provincial said, the visionary shepherds and visionary Catholic leaders gathered here. This morning, it's a privilege to present Mr. Nishant Reddy to start this first session of the day. Father Swami had many challenges in organizing this great event and the seminar, and I think in the last moment yesterday he threw a challenge at me to do this job, and it is all about AI. I said I don't know anything about AI, but AI knows about me. So I took up this challenge, and AI is going to support also for this little moderation. As we were just having some coffee, some geese were making noise just outside the dining hall. And from the WhatsApp University, a file shot came to my mind. There was this Chinese guy walking around in the park, and he was playing his mouth organ. And two geese followed after him, and it was attentively listening to his mouth organ piece. And he stopped. And the geese did not let him go. They made them play it again by asking him to play. The animal kingdom is with intelligence, of course. Human intelligence is much more. And so human intelligence has programmed AI today. And AI is taking over. And today's topic we are talking about is education, AI embedded education. Looking at from the student's perspective, AI makes a possibility of personal attention to students, the slow learners, the fast learners, and real-time support to them, and trying to mentor them, etc. So it's a personalized support which AI is offering. It is not like the past, all will fit in one type of education model. And gone are the days when we are moved from chalk piece to computer to mobile to internet and now to AI. And so that is where AI is taking education. As all of us know, AI has influenced and interfaced with all spheres of life, and of course also in education. From the perspective of educators, it helps to manage the routine aspect of grading the exam sheets of the students, and also to become more creative and to make their education data driven. And so, from these two perspectives, AI is a big support in education. I don't want to get into the real topic which Mr. Nishant Reddy will be taking forward. I invite him to deep dive into the subject and enlighten us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. Thanks for setting the context. And thank you so much to all the Catholic education leaders who've given us this opportunity to take this session in front of you. Sister introduced me very well, one of the best introductions I've got. But one thing she's missed is, which I have not given her the point, is all my schooling has happened in a convent school, in a Catholic convent school in Telangana. It was called St. Clair Convent School in Ramagundam. So all my the entire foundation of values and knowledge that has come in is from Catholic convent schools. I owe this session to all of you, and thank you for giving this opportunity. So as Father kind of mentioned that we're going to talk about AI embedded education today. The topic we've kind of slightly dwelled deeper into the topic. It's called leveraging AI responsibly to improve the teaching learning process across schools. So the word responsibly is the important part. That's why we highlighted that. So before I get into the session, I'll just introduce our company. It's called PoSchool. Yeah. So it's called PoSchool. Just a small introduction about our founder. So it's been founded by Mr. Naga and Mr. Raj. They've been in the education space for more than 3 decades. They've run successful education institutions like Oak Ridge International Schools in Hyderabad, Westbury Schools in AP, and also Vikas institutions in AP. So this PoSchool is their brainchild. From a lot of experience in education as to how to run schools, what are the problems faced by these schools, and how can technology help to improve the teaching learning process in schools. That's the background of the company. So one thing, as most of us know, AI is popular. Do you think AI is popular among your students? Yes. I think it's getting popular not just in students but all of us in all of our lives. But the real question is, does it actually work? How many of you think it will work? Just a raise of hands. In education, to be specific. Okay. Good enough. So Harvard University recently did a short case study on whether AI is working in education or not. So what they've found out is they've administered active human lecture and AI tutoring post a class is taken to some small set of students, to different cohorts of students, and found out that AI tutoring at home is actually producing 2x better learning outcomes compared to human-led lectures. And this is by Harvard. And the other surprising and pleasantly surprising findings was it took 33% lesser time for the students to get to these learning outcomes through AI tutoring. And much more interesting aspect is the AI tutoring is actually more engaging, motivating, and creating a more growth mindset in students. And this was a study by Harvard University. We'll share the source as well after this session. Mainly because of the personalized nature of AI tutoring, the one-to-one nature versus the one-to-many nature of the active lecture. So that was the main finding. So this entire case study, a very interesting case study. We'll share that with you after the session. You have a look at it. So this comes from a very credible source, which is Harvard University. But the real question is, can students use AI in a raw form? How many of you think can they use directly AI? Anyone thinks they can use AI directly? I know they are using it already, but what I'm saying is that right way of using it? Technology can never be equated to teaching. So there are a lot of ill effects of AI as well. I will say the drawbacks of AI, hidden risks which will not make it usable in a raw format. Right? Some of them are one of course. I think most of you know this is the hallucination effect. Right? So AI from all the sources it will fetch the data from. It can confidently give wrong answers. And students might assume that that's the right answer. And this is increasingly happening because because of the lack of validation, right? So AI takes information as it is from different sources and gives the answers to the children, which creates a hallucination effect, and they start believing that it's the right answer. Right? Recently, many studies came around this, so that's one of the hidden risks. Second is, and very important thing, and this is happening on a day-to-day basis with all the students as well. So as soon as you give a homework or something, they go to ChatGPT or Gemini, search for that homework, get those answers, and write those answers directly. Is it happening? So what this does is it will erode the critical thinking of the children. There is no discussion, there is no Q&A that is happening with the ChatGPT. All it does is it gets information from multiple sources and gives a ready-made answer to the children. Third is one more very important factor is context blindness. Answers are often generic. They are not aligned to the curriculum or what they are learning at school. Right? So that is one more hidden risk of AI. And they might even go and write that same thing in the board exam as well, without aligning it to the curriculum. And the fourth, again very important, is the security risk. Student data isn't protected by default in all these, I would say, all these third-party platforms, where they're going, and you don't have a control as to what information they are giving to these systems as well. So these are some of the hidden risks of using AI in its raw form by the students, and even us as well, not the students, whoever is using for education purposes. So before we move into the further part of the session, one small activity we wanted to do, because I've shown the good things about AI to the Harvard University case study and also the drawbacks of AI in terms of what are the risks it carries. We do one small activity. So what I want you to do is, this is just a 1-minute activity. Just talk to a person on your right, and one of you discuss about you being for AI and the other being against AI. It's just a 1-minute activity, please. The person on your right, if you can start some points, just discuss. One person will talk about for AI and the other person will talk about against AI. You can discuss among yourselves. If any interesting points comes out, we'll discuss later. Just a minute. I've already given you some points. If there are any other points you're facing in school, please do discuss. We've done the same activity in CBCI Delhi. The discussion was louder than this. heated discussions going on yet. Thank you, thank you. Now, for the next 1 minute, can we reverse the roles? The people who talked about per AI will talk about against AI. People who talked about against AI will talk per AI. Again, a minute. Okay, thank you so much. After this discussion, how many of you are per AI? You raise your hands. After listening both, and talking both the sides, how many of you are against AI? Oh, I see that there are more people against AI. So my first slide didn't work out. Harvard didn't work out because. Okay. One thing you have to realize is from this activity, what we wanted to do, all realize is it's not important whether we are for AI or against AI. AI is here. They like how electricity is here. We are using fans and lights. AI is here. The more important thing is not to dwell deep into the technology. Don't dwell deep into what the AI, what it is doing, the back end. Important thing is how can you leverage AI, your school, your use case, your daily life to improve it. That's the more important part. There are a lot of things. So, for example, we use lights, fans, etc., right? But we never kind of went deeper into how electricity is produced for our daily lives. Similar to that, the more important thing is to kind of understand how it can be used, use cases that AI can generate for all of you, your daily routines, and for your students as well. So what we've done is we've listed down some of the use cases. There are multiple use cases of AI for every stakeholder of your school. We've listed down some of them. This is just for your reference. This is not an exhaustive list. We've done it for students, teachers, and parents as well. You can have a look at it. Most of them are self-explanatory. So AI can be used as a tutor for every student, as if they missed a class, to get instant feedback, to revise chapters, as a flipped classroom for any upcoming tests, have a tough need to understand, stuck with a doubt at home, preparing for advanced exams. So AI can act as a tutor for every student at a personalized level. We'll also give you how we are trying to do that as well in a couple of slides. Second, and the other important use cases are for the teacher. It can act as a very, very effective assistant for every teacher. Right? You can create different level worksheets for different students, create question papers, lesson plans, personalize messages to parents, topic before class, objective subjective homework, create homework based on performance, track performance in real time, translate their documentation, create visuals and handouts, summarize long policy or article. And there are multiple use cases. These are just some of them. We've listed down for your reference. But believe me, the power of AI can kind of make your job, I would say, very effective and very smooth, very efficient, so that you actually focus on certain humane elements that are very necessary in your class, and all the administrative workloads can go to AI. The third is the AI. How can it be useful for parents? So it can actually act as a very, very effective partner for every parent. In terms of all handout support, upcoming test and homework plan, prepare for PTM, homework instructions, your child's performance, to start a conversation on a dinner table, uh, to ensure that the child's engagement is not big. Engagement activities, reading a complex subject, turn screen time into learning time. So a lot of these things can come into place. So AI can actually act as a partner for the parent. So why we did that activity was to kind of highlight the fact that AI is there. The discussion shouldn't be about per AI or against AI. This discussion has to be as to how the AI has to be used at your school, at your classroom, at your staff room, anywhere you can use it effectively. So the one question which I asked you earlier was, can AI be used in a raw form? This is which I've shown you. If used in raw form, what are the risks which are there? That's where we've come up with this product called School AI by CoSchool. I don't know why it's called, but the product's vision is very clear. Although the logo is presentation. So it's called School AI. The objective of School AI is to help schools become AI powered in line with NEP 2020. And integral to School AI is something called WIN. WIN is our proprietary AI tutor. We built this AI tutor for about 3 years without even taking it to schools. We have built it right from scratch. And why is it not just AI? Why is it called a true tutor? Is because of some of these factors. First, it is being pre-trained by the best in class AI models, different LLMs, not just ChatGPT, but Cloud, Gemini. We've tried to get the best out of all these platforms. Second, and the most very important factor is it is continuously evaluated by subject matter experts. So we have about 200 SMEs who work in schools for teachers, who've also done administrative work as well. So they validate each and every question and response this AI tutor gives. So there is a layer of human intelligence also added to this entire thing, not just artificial intelligence. Third is it guides with conversations to reach answers. So it follows a Socratic method. It doesn't give answers directly. It gives probing questions to the students and slowly guides them to the answers. That will one keep the engagement alive with the student and also improves critical thinking as well. So it will kind of try to analyze what are the knowledge gaps and learning gaps of the child based on the responses to the questions. Then slowly through probing questions guides the child to the answers. And number four is it is very tightly aligned to the curriculum. Right? So we have aligned it to CBCI, SCSE and both AP and Telangana state boards as well. So very tightly aligned to the curriculum. By tightly, what I mean is the chapter structure, the subtopics, topics, the rubrics of correction, the kinds of questions that comes, the descriptive questions, everything is aligned to the curriculum. And the last thing which is very important is it is safe. So it is guardrailed, all the conversations are guardrailed to a particular topic. Right? Even if a child says sing a song or how's the weather today, it will not let the child deviate from that topic and takes them back to that particular topic. So it is a very, very guardrailed approach. So we've taken a lot of time, a lot of effort in building this AI tutor, which becomes the core of the entire School AI product. So typical workflow of the School AI product, wanted to show it to you. So how it works is after a particular topic is taught in school, so we're not disturbing whatever is happening in class. Teacher assigns different types of homeworks on the School AI platform. There are multiple types of homeworks. There are guided homeworks, there are assessment homeworks, there are video-based homeworks, multiple homeworks with not just single choice questions or multiple choice questions, but also descriptive questions as well. So we have brought in a technology where the child can actually write on a piece of paper, and this AI is used to transcribe the entire content. We will, who is interested, we can do a demo. We've taken it upon ourselves to even transcribe maths and physics formulae also in 100% accuracy. Right? And we've done live demos of this in multiple schools as well. So the all the student has to do is to kind of answer the entire homework like it does any exam or any other homework, and just upload the snapshots of each answer. It will transcribe the entire content and then you can submit it. So we will get instant feedback because there is no time to correct each and every question. So the teacher can assign homework on the school A platform. The student completes the homework and learns with will. So the entire completion happens in conversation with will. So as I said, it follows the Socratic method. Based on the response of the child, it will take him through a conversation to some probing questions towards the answer. So the power of AI is there in every step. So once he or she completes the homework, teacher receives actionable insights on student performance, and based on that can take specific actions to improve performance. Now here also what we've done is we've not loaded it with too many analytics which you might not understand or will be able to go and spend time on. We've used AI again in that also to kind of go through this entire data and give you certain very simple insights and also very easy way to take action as well. At click of a button, you can take an action, collect all the instances. If the student is not doing well or student has a doubt, and you can kind of create a remedial worksheet in a click of a button. Right? So this is a simple workflow of school AI. So it will act not just act as a tutor for students, but also as an assistant for teachers. You can customize multiple things, multiple ways to do this. And as I mentioned before, because this is a company founded by someone who has run schools for so long, we ensure that it's not superficial, it is very deep, and also ensure that it is not just useful for you operationally, but also from an impact point of view as well in terms of learning outcomes. So this is just a small. It's okay. So there is no internet. We share this with you anyways. So just wanted to kind of give you a brief on how it works. It's a 1 minute video. Can you go to? Yeah. So of course we couldn't show you how it works, but we can show the results which it has created in the last one academic year. So we've been school editing is being implemented across schools in India in the last one academic year. We have Catholic schools of AP as well who are using. We have STEP school, we have Father Saragad school, Loyola school, and also St. Joseph school tour who are using it. So the last one academic year, the results have been very encouraging. So the right side graph shows the learning gains of the same grade in the last academic year versus the previous year where school year was not there. So we've seen a class average improvement of about 8 to 11%. And what we've also done is we've kind of observed that most of the tech products are catering to the top tier learners. So we've ensured that we do this analysis on the bottom quartile as well, and have seen that from term 1 to term 2, they have also improved about 6 to 8%. And one more very encouraging aspect of this entire experience was that by the end of the second month, we had almost 100% adoption by both teachers and students, because this is very tightly tied to their homework cycle and the teachers being able to drive the entire thing. So the adoption is also pretty great. So both in terms of adoption and impact, we've had a solid start. So yeah, in terms of collaboration model and all, I'll not talk right now. I'll do it once we do a demo to most of you. But before we end the presentation, just wanted to actually show this, but this was not clear. But I'll tell you what Bill Gates told when he came to India, and he was doing this interview with India Today. So the interviewer, the moderator, asked him to give one solution for math phobia for mathematics, and his answer was AI tutors. And surprisingly, he asked another question like half an hour later about the solution for teacher shortages, and he answered the same question, same thing, AI tutors. Please do have a look at this. So this is from Bill Gates. The earlier validation was from Harvard. So I think we're trying to solve the right problem. So one thing before I end the presentation and open it up to Q&A, we've created a small questionnaire or survey for you to kind of test your school, your own school on the AI readiness. If you can scan this, you don't have to do this now, but you can scan this link and go to this link. It's just 4 to 5 questions about how you are using AI or trying to leverage it, or how you are envisioning AI in your school. After you fill this form, it will give you a report, a short report as to what you can do and also where you are right now in your journey to become an AI-powered school. So please do scan this, keep the link with you. You can fill it later as well. It will hardly take a minute or two, but this is just something we've created from all our observations in schools. Yeah, with this, I'm done with my presentation. Any questions you would take?
We thank Nishant Reddy for the beautiful, concise and precise research presentation. We have a little more time. We are behind the schedule by 25 minutes, but we could take 1 or 2, 3 questions maximum. If from the audience anyone is asking, somebody can pass on a mic down there. Anybody would like to ask a question to our first speaker? Yes, please give a mic down here to Bishop Prakash, Bishop of Khammam.
Beautiful presentation, John. I'm wondering whether, going back to Cardinal's address, whether this works out in every student, especially those who are from the marginalized and the downtrodden students, when they have access over this.
Yes, that's a wonderful question. So what we are doing from our side is, this is even before they started off the competition, is they are for every 3 students who are actually paying for it, they are actually giving 1 student in terms of really marginalized schools. And from our company as well as a group, it's called People Company Group, we have our own foundation as well, where we contribute to these schools. But apart from that, also what we've done is also our business model as well. We've kept it very easy in terms of commercial part of it. We've $1 per student per year again per student. All the schools have to pay just 1 lakh. They get it lifetime access. Now, with homework assignment and completion is totally free on the platform. Only if they want to use certain AI with the features for self-study, they have to charge. As such, in a default format, the entire thing is free. So it can be used by any school in any area, and any even the foundation schools as well can be used.
One more question from Brother Sagarat, the Secretary of our TCBC.
Thank you. Already I have been attending this third time. The practical difficulty that we face with the parents is very, very important. Educated parents understand how it works. Whereas in the modern generation, when we have given this AI tool in their hands, they misuse it. We are not able to educate the uneducated parents how well we can balance this. This is a practical problem we are also facing in terms of how we have to, because all the parent orientations, etc., we do majorly one is in English, second is
only a few parents attend those parent orientations. So what we are trying to do is, sir, one is we are trying to convert this entire thing into vernacular as well. Second is we have a parent login which is there for all the parents. However, parents don't log in and look at the notifications, most of them, the uneducated parents. So what we are also doing is integrating it with WhatsApp and sending them messages in a vernacular language. That is number 2. Number 3 is what we are also trying to create certain small assets that will go to the parent along with the homework, that will make them understand, educate, and also understand the value of this, and also show some examples and case studies for them that have worked out in other schools. So these are some of the things we are doing. But the first thing we are trying to do is to try to get to as many parents as possible through the school, and in the language they understand, and in the medium they would generally refer to, like WhatsApp.
I think Father Swami is showing like this, which means the time is up. Just to wind up, it is being said that there is Bishop Elias Gonsalves is having more slant towards TCBC. Thanks to him for being here. But what I wanted to say is, morning we had our provincial introducer, everybody, the Salesian. I am happy to be a Salesian. Down the line we have Father Maria Charles here. The Salesian are dominating. I don't want to say dominating, but Don Bosco wanted us to be dedicated because it's one of our devotion, Eucharist, Mary, and devotion to the church. So that's what is happening. So we are dedicating very much, and I'm sure Don Bosco will be happy. Our Cardinal put up a beautiful speech and thrown a lot of challenges to us in that short speech to us. He said we need to be very inclusive to give access to this high-tech education for those who don't have access. And secondly, it has to be very participatory learning. And thirdly, don't kill creativity. I've just to try to put across. And as Nishant was saying, AI can be very hallucinating. We were doing a research about our Street Children Center, all the websites, and we asked Don Bosco Cardinal website what is the information we have. And AI brought a lot of information about that center where there is no website at all. So there is a lot of information which AI can give, which may not be true. So it was very enlightening, your session this morning, and very informative, and inviting us to take up the challenge. And AI is not the end. Today we are talking about agentic AI, Gen AI, and soon there's going to be quantum AI, which is going to disrupt everything. So, and that's going to be a big challenge for the whole world. And today, AI is not an innovation, as it is titled, but it is a part of life. There is no sitting back and looking at it and saying, Acha din aayega. It is not, it is already there. Now is the acceptable time, as St. Paul says in chapter 2, 2 Corinthians chapter 6, 2. And so there is no time to sit back. We have to get into AI to make our education very, very effective and give access to everyone. As Nishant said, he is from one of the convent school. Church was forefront in education. And so we were not chasing change. We were directing change in the past. And that's what we are called to do by this AI, throwing up a challenge. Let us direct the change along with AI and make our education impactful for every young student who comes to our portals. Thank you very much and for your wonderful participation this morning.
Thank you, Father. May I now request Reverend Father M. Noel, SDB, form a provisional to felicitate Mr. Nishant Reddy. Thank you, Father, for moderating the session and doing the honors. And I thank Mr. Nishant Reddy for an impactful session.
Now may I request Reverend Sister Alphonsa Potireddy, Assistant Mother General of St. Anne's of Catechist, to honor our local leaders and who implement Catholic education policy brought out by CBCI. I request Sister to please come forward. Now may I request His Eminence Cardinal Poola Anthony to honor her.
Thank you, Your Eminence, for doing the honors. We shall now go for a short coffee break. Restrooms are there in the left side on each floor. I request all the participants who have not registered to complete their registration process near registration counter. Now the time is 11:30. We shall all assemble by 11:45 for the next technical session.
Hello. 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 Check. Hello. Check. Hello. 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 Check. Hello. 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 Check. Hello. Hello. Check.
So let us now begin the next session. So welcome back delegates to the technical session 2 on social and emotional learning. This session focuses on one of the pillars of students' development in the 21st century. We now invite Dr. Kannan Girish, founder of Live Life Education, who is the speaker of this session, onto the dais. May I also invite Reverend Father Ignatius Anturaja, SVD Provincial, Hyderabad Province, moderator of the session, to occupy the dais. Dr. Kannan Girish is a psychiatrist, psychotherapist, and an entrepreneur, best known as the founder and CEO of Live Life Education. He holds an MBBS and MD in psychiatry from Sri Ramachandra Medical College, Chennai, and has over 2 decades of experience in mental health and education. Through Live Life Education, established in 2011, he has pioneered scientifically designed training programs that integrate social emotional learning and leadership content into the schools and colleges, impacting more than 2 lakh students across India. Dr. Girish has collaborated with globally renowned trainers such as Jack Canfield, Braintrace, and Dr. Daniel Amen, and serves as an advisory board of various universities and schools across the country. His mission is to help young people discover their life direction, build confidence, and live to the fullest potential. Now I request Reverend Father Ignatius Anturaja, the moderator, to take over the session, please.
Your Eminence, Your Grace, Your Lordships, all the dignitaries present here, sisters, brothers, and fathers, it's an honor to welcome Mr. Kannan Girish, founder of Live Life Education. Live Life Education. Yeah, because his name sounds, Kannan means beloved, so that's why the problem. Yeah. The topic that is given to us, you will be exploring, is social and emotional learning. I believe every learning is supposed to make us emotionally intelligent and socially relevant. And I'm sure with this exploration and presentation, we will be enlightened to become more inclusive, to make our students more inclusive and make them more responsible. Welcome, please. Thank you.
Check. Okay. Can we move this? Good morning. Little more louder. Good morning. So before I start, couple of things. How many of you are from my generation? How many of you remember the Ramayana and Mahabharata that used to come on TV? What time was it? Morning. How many of you remember the Sunday evening movie? Hey, what time? 4 o'clock. How many of you lived in this extraordinary time that you were seeing the Doordarshan symbol? And how many of you also lived in this golden time where you will be watching TV and suddenly white lines will start coming? Then somebody will run and change the aerial and we all used to clap our hands. Yes or no? Those were the best times of our life. Yes or no? Let's give a round of applause to those nostalgic memories. Come on everybody, a big round of applause. Today's children will never understand that ever. Because in a cell phone, they have 2 crore TV channels right there. Yes or no? I am Dr. Kannan Girish. I am a psychiatrist, psychotherapist and counselor. And I am the founder of this organization called Live Life Education. So what is live life education? It was way back in 2008, I finished my psychiatry and I came as a young psychiatrist. I wanted to do something for younger generation. So parents will bring their children to me. First mother, father will start. Sir, son is like this, sir, daughter is like that, sir, they're doing like this, sir, they're doing like that, sir, this is not right, sir, that's not right, sir, this is not right, sir, that's not right, a big complaint. Parent will go out, child will start. Sir, mother not good, sir, father not good, sir, teacher not good, sir, nobody good, sir, only I am good, sir. Then I will know what to do, even I don't know. So I'll give all this counseling. Hey, look like this, the hard work rewarded, like this, the honesty is the best policy. The children will do like this. All of you do it? Do it nicely. Then next, oh, all well trained, all of you all are. So once they do this, I'll also think, okay, wow, they've studied everything, they've learned everything, they'll come back next week and say, our life is transformed. Silently he will sit. I'll ask him, did you practice everything I told you? Sir, one day live with my parents, sir, you will give me national award for living with them. The second child, sir, you attend the max class in my school and see, sir, for your depression, you will come to me only for counseling. And that's where I found there's a huge gap between our generation and our children's generation. Yes or no? One child that came into my life really changed my life. This child was brought with hyperactivity. The main complaint was, whichever marriage he goes, he will pull everybody's dhoti down. So I wrote the medicine of ADHD. I asked the child to come back next week. Child didn't come back. 6 months later, I see the mom in the gynecology OPD. I asked her, ma'am, where's your son? You said your son will come to me. What happened? And she said, the day she saw me, the next day, principal gave a TC to the boy. Father came in a fit of rage, took his belt and hit the boy 10 to 15 times. Smilingly, this boy got the hit, looked at his dad and said, Dad, everybody hates me in the world, only you didn't hate me, now you also hate me, no dad. The dad felt really bad. He hugged the boy and said, it's okay, we'll see what we can do to make it work out. He said, okay dad, can I go up and play? The dad said, okay, you go up and play. He ran to the 4th floor, got on top of the terrace parapet wall, jumped. That death really shook me from within. That child should have lived. That child should have had a chance to know why he was born in the world. And that day, I made a decision in my life. No child should ever commit suicide in this world. And it was with that interest I started this organization called Live Life Education. Started with one student in my clinic. By grace of God, we have done our programs for more than 4 lakh children across India today. And in 2017, I was honored with the Award of Excellence from the Honorable President of India for my work in the area of adolescent depression. It's a small part of my journey today. Look at young minds today. Do you all agree? Children have a lot of burden today, yes or no? You have the academics on one side, you have the AI on the other side, and the poor child is sitting with the teacher in the front, mother at the home, and there's a lot that a child needs to actually handle. Technology could have done a lot of good, but has created a lot of addiction in our children, yes or no? Predominantly post-COVID, where the cell phone became their best friend kind. And one thing that I've always noticed is for the next 10 years, what are the top 10 requirement of children for getting jobs in the next 10 years? If you look at this slide, only the top 2 are academics. Can you all see that? Yes? Remaining 8 are non-academic, which are the values, flexibility, teamwork. And in my opinion, the most important is the last 2. Can we all see what are the last 2? Time management and curiosity and continuous learning. If you can teach a child how to manage time, how to be curious and continuously learn, I think that's the greatest gift we can give our children today. Now, every learning is social and every learning is emotional. Now, let me ask you, how many of you remember a name of a teacher you really loved in school and you used to wait for that teacher's class? Come on, how many of you had a teacher like that? Okay, good. Now, think about that teacher in your mind. How many of you remember the dress color the teacher wore? How many of you remember the smile on that teacher's face? Beautiful. How many of you, when you think about the teacher now itself, you're feeling a little nostalgic? Yes or no? And how many of you also remember a name of a teacher you prayed to all gods on planet Earth must be absent the next day? Welcome to our education system. The way a child studies a subject has a lot got to do with the type of teachers that they have. So let's give a round of applause to some of our wonderful teachers who taught us. Come on, a big round of applause to some of our wonderful teachers who taught us values for who we are today. The essence of a great teacher is someone who taught you something that affirmed your worth and potential. And I always look at teachers as the ones who made a difference in a human's life. I'll give you a story of an elocution boy. The boy stood up for elocution competition. You all know elocution competition, yes or no? He went to the mic and he said, "Good morning everybody, I want to go to the toilet." And the way he ran to the toilet, the principal got very scared that he was going to commit suicide, and the principal also ran. Seeing the principal run, the class teacher also ran. So all of them went to the toilet and both of them are knocking. And this boy said, no, I cannot come. I am the class topper. I am very good in writing paper and exam and getting 98 on 100. Speaking in the stage is not my cup. Don't force me in what I don't want. The principal said, either you speak or I am going to cut this program down. So the boy had no other choice but to come out. Principal dragged him to the stage, made him stand on that stage and made him deliver the speech. The speech was pathetic. Many people in the audience thought, the kids in the audience thought, why is the principal so much after this fellow? He's useless. But the way the principal pulled him changed this boy's life. And when he came down, the principal looked straight into the eye of this particular boy and said, one day I believe you will do well in life and you will be a great orator. And this boy could have no clue. That trust that principal had on him changed that boy's life. That boy is none other than me. If not for a principal called Father Anthony of Don Bosco, Egmore, Kannan Girish will not be standing here today. He's still alive. He's 84 years old. Still, I remember every word he told me, the way he looked. And the class teacher is Miss Sylvia Walters. She's no more alive, but every day I stand on any stage, I thank these two great souls. They saw in me something which I never saw in myself. And today my largest audience is 32,000 students in a stadium. If I have gone there, it's because of the trust. And I want to tell all of you here, there are many Kannan Girishes sitting in your schools. Yes or no? Yes. There are many of them wanting someone to believe in them. Someone to tell them what their dreams are and what their wishes are. One school really changed my life. Did you all brush your teeth today morning? Hey, all of you brushed your teeth or not? Then show E, as if I can see from here. So all of you brushed, correct? Did fathers check whether your teeth is brushed? Now you're all wondering, fathers have no other work, huh? Now all of us brushed. Why? Because it is a habit. Anything that's a habit, you don't need to train someone, it happens automatically. And I was traveling the world to see where do they build habits as culture in children. And this school fascinated me. It's the principal and the director of the school welcoming me to the school. Can you see how happy the kids are in that school? And she was the woman who transformed that school as a principal. The school had a shutting down orders in North Carolina, and she attends a program of Stephen Covey called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Immediately she loved it. She comes back and teaches it to her teachers. Teachers take it to the students, and this school goes on to have 800 students and becomes a 2-time magnet school in the United States of America. And what I saw there was fabulous. Every teacher was teaching a child with respect. These set of children were part of the welcome committee. They knew my name, they knew my daughter's name, they knew which school my daughter studied and had gotten a gift for my daughter. And I asked them, how did you do it? We Googled researched you, doctor. And they were this was in 2017. And this translated me, and trust. I always say this. trust is the currency of the 21st century. If children don't listen to you, that means somewhere they don't trust you. I will show you this with a small example. All of you take your left hand out. People don't know left-hander. This is left-hander. Left hand out, straight, eye level, left hand. Right hand up. Up. Everyone, right hand up. Say hi. Louder, hi. Okay, now what I'm going to do is, this side and this side, we're going to create a competition, okay? I'll say 1, 2 and 3. At the count of 3, both sides have to clap in a split second together. Okay, ready? Hands up. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Come on, yaar, you're all slow. Come on, alert. The moment I say 3, you have to do it. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Almost there. Father there is a little slow, I think. He's not slept, I think. I think flight Indigo got cancelled. Ready. Last time. All of you together. Okay, ready? 1, 2. Did I say 3? Why did you do it then? Children do what they see, not what they are told in life. Are you all getting that clear? Yes or no? If we want children to behave a particular way, we have to behave that particular way. If you want children to stop using the cell phone, the parents have to stop using the cell phone. We have to stop using the cell phone. And that's the way we build culture in the school. And that was how I saw trust being built. The teacher and student were building trust in such a phenomenal way in this school. And that was my aha moment. And I wanted to bring a system like this into India. So tied up with Franklin Covey in 2017, we started with one school in Chennai. Today, I work with 155 schools across India today. So small part of my journey. So every school I go, we work with across the world. So this is in Japan. And in Japan, if you see, do you all have heard of this? In Japan, every child cleans the toilet. Yes or no? You know what you don't know? Every teacher also cleans the toilet. And the most important thing, ask me, what is it? Ask me. The principal also cleans the toilet. Everyone. It's not something that's given as instruction. You want to build character, you have to model the character. Yes or no? So all of you repeat. Monkey see. All of you repeat. Monkey see. Monkey do. Monkey become. Now keep like this. Keep like this. Turn to the person next to you and say, thank you, monkey. We are all from them. Yes or no? Our heritage, we learn by mirroring. We learn by mirroring someone, and that's the most important thing that I saw over here. Brazil. In Brazil, this is a school in Sao Paulo where there's fully drug-infested area. 12 years they are following this character building and leadership curriculum, and you'll be surprised, not a single case of drug abuse in that school for the last 12 years. If you focus on character building and leadership and building that culture, nothing in the outside can stop them. Yes or no? It's somewhere down the line when we don't do it. And I want all of you to understand this as school leaders. Today, this is the global trend. Anxiety is going up, loneliness is going up, and depression is going up. You have all seen on the news the suicides that's happening. Yes or no? I'm telling you, that is just tip of the iceberg. I know a girl who came and told me, I have 1,000 friends on Instagram, but not a single friend to share my problem with. Today, there are more children who are lonely than ever in the history of the planet. And this one book, I want all of you to read this book. It's called The Anxious Generation. It's a brilliant book. Bill Gates tweeted about that book. It talks about how the dopamine spike because of internet is actually creating addicted children. And children who are not able to engage with anyone inside of the class. And this study is something I believe is very important. Look at this study. This was done on children who were feeling lonely, okay? And this was the statistics. I feel completely alone. 62% of the children who said that didn't have one adult who believed in them. Now watch. When they had one trusted adult, it goes down to 46. When they had 2 to 4, it went down to 29. And when they had more than 5, can you see the number 9? That was the number that they actually went to. That means what? When we were children, we had lot more opportunities. Yes or no? lot more adults to connect with and human connection. And that's what the study says. So, I'm going to now teach you the small part, the 7 habits. Do you all know the 7 habits? Yes? How many of you know the 7 habits? How many of you don't know the 7 habits? How many of you will not raise your hand irrespective of the question I ask? Because your hands are all paralysis. So, I want all of you to please stand up. Up, 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 up. You know, sitting is a new cancer. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Everyone, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Alright? Good. All of you put your hands together. Hands together like this. Come on, everybody. Hands together like this. And we're all going to sing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star together. Okay? Hey, wait, wait. Put it up, put it up. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. There are no diamonds in the sky. But still we remember that. Why? Because these are nostalgic memories. Are you getting that? So I'm going to teach you the habits in a format where whatever I do, I want all of you to do with the same energy or more energy. Okay? Ready? Ready? Okay, good. Follow me. Habit 1. You all didn't have breakfast also, huh? Habit 1. What is that? Come on with energy. Habit 1. Be proactive. Be proactive. I'm in charge of my life. My life, my happiness, none of your business. Okay? Second, habit 2. Nicely, habit 2. Begin with the end in mind. Know the end and act accordingly. Habit 4. Habit 3, sorry. I was checking you, yaar. Habit 3. Put first things first. Again, put first things first. Focus on your highest priority. Habit 4. Think, win-win. Shake the hip, hip, hip. Are ready? Think, win-win. Your hips don't shake, huh? Alright, repeat. I win, you win, together, we win. Now look at someone next to you and say it. I win, you win, together, we win. Now give a high five and say, let's win together. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Give a high five and say, let's win together. Ah, very good. Next, habit 5. Now habit 5. Seek first to understand and then be understood. Listen first, then speak. Now repeat loudly. In India, we speak first, we speak second, we keep on speaking till the person runs away. Ready? Habit 6. Synergize. Nicely do it. Synergize. Together, we can do more. Habit 7. Sharpen the saw. Nicely do it. Sharpen the saw. Balance, body, mind, heart, and spirit. Thank you. Take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Yes. So those are the 7 habits. So now, how many of you agree? Anger is a very big issue today with children. Yes or no? I tell you, suppressed anger in childhood is a cause for many problems later on in life. And that's where in this habit, we talk about stimulus and response. In between stimulus and response, every human being has the freedom to choose the response. So now, all of you take your hands up like this. Hands up, hands up, hands up. Shake, 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 shake. Shake nicely, yaar. And then go up, down, up, down. Nicely go up, down. All naughty children. Nicely up, down, up, down. Now with the same energy, up, 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 up. With the same up, down energy, I want you to read the words that come in the slide together. Okay, ready? Ready? 1, 2, 3, start. I can't. It's not my fault. I have to. We have no other choice. They won't let me. There is nothing we can do. Ayo. Imagine, you're coming so excited to school. You're going to your colleague and say, good morning. And they say, Chiga, What is this morning? What is this life? Why are we doing? What are we creating? Why are we like this? You talk to them for 10 minutes, you will go into depression, they will go happily to the next person. Now, all of you take your hands up like this. Up like this. Point at someone next to you. Point at someone next to you and look at them and say, I promise you, definitely, I am not that person. Because many people might be thinking I am talking about them. Alright, so now again, take your hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up. Shake, 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 shake. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Nicely. Nicely, exercise. Ready. Now let's read the next statements together. Ready? Ready, 1, 2, 3, go. I can. I am sorry. I choose to. Let's look at all our options. I will get this done. Yay! How was that? How was that? Brilliant. Just by changing the language, you can change the emotions of a human being. Are you all getting that clear? Yes or no? Yes. Just by changing. And that's what habit number 1, be proactive, is all about. Habit number 2, how many of you agree today's children have lot of choices in front of them? Yes or no? Lot of choices. Should I do this? Should I do that? Should I do this? Should I do that? And most important is, I always say, this one suicide, which really impacted me. The boy was a 12th standard topper, MBBS gold medalist, MS general surgery gold medalist. No girl was ready to marry him on Tinder and Bumble because they felt he was very studious. He told his mother, I'm coming for lunch, drove his car to the Nariman point, stopped the car and jumped. His colleagues in the room, in the hospital were telling, he was smiling. And he was telling that we will all go out for dinner today. This is something I see as a trend. Before we could identify suicide, now because the children are told to look very happy and this, they cover up a lot, and this is what we call impulsive suicide. Where without a plan, they just suddenly go, and that's a large reason why I say vision and commitment are important in life. But what is more important is the purpose. Why I do what I do drives me in my life, and you need to hand that purpose in children, and that's what habit 2 is all about. Habit 3, look at this slide. None of this distraction was there in our generation. Yes or no? None of this was there in our generation. Today, this is what runs in a child's brain, and then before the exam, he's looking for every minute to study. Last minute, and I always say, learning to plan your time is very, very critical. And we do this by using a very powerful tool called the Eisenhower matrix, where we talk about urgent, important, not urgent, and tell every child and teacher to actually schedule their time effectively. Unless the teacher schedules their time, they cannot inspire children to schedule their time. Yes or no? And that's one. And then think win-win. How many of you agree today bullying is a very big issue today? Yes or no? And I feel very, very sad, including it has affected me because my daughter was a state player in football, suddenly stopped going for football coaching. I asked her why. Everybody's calling me Blackie. Feeling bad. Today, fairness seems to be what everybody wants. See, what children don't realize, nobody selected their body. It was given by the parents, yes or no? So if I'm making fun of somebody's face, or look or body, I'm actually making fun of their parents. And that's what this bullying does. And thinking win-win is a habit that really solves that and makes children bond together. Next is listening. Do you all agree listening is a very lost art today? Yes or no? Most of the children tell me I don't have someone who can listen to me. And I give you this with one very deep exercise, which one child who wrote a letter to me. This child tried to attempt suicide because she was depressed, and she told a couple of her friends about it, that she attempted something. The friends ganged up and started making fun of her. Every time they started making fun of her, she used to take a blade and cut herself. And she said, looking at the blood, I felt something was actually solving for me. She had 312 cut injuries in her body. 312, she's written the number on that. She is the class topper. Her mark is 96.8 and she happens to be the school pupil leader. If you see her in the school, nobody will even believe she has an issue. because she was such. Please understand, this is one takeaway I want all of you to realize. Academic brilliance and talking on stage is not mental health. Are you all getting that clear? I could do all of that but still be completely depressed and thoroughly. That's why IIT has the highest number of suicides. If academic brilliance was prevention, then IIT should have no suicides. So why? Because they have a different world they actually work with. The last is synergize. I tell you, loneliness is going to be the epidemic of the future today. Because of the internet, lot of children are addicted to it. They live in an artificial world. A world where the videos and the likes only give them the satisfaction. And that's where synergize is a beautiful habit where we talk. Another thing I want all of you to be conscious is about separated parents today. Sometimes the actual father is not the actual father of the child. They have got remarried when the child was small. And the child has a conflict on whether that is the father he has to show love to or this is the current father he has to show love to. So what you see on the outside may not be actually what you see on the outside. And the last part is sharpen the saw. And I'd always say this, body, all of you repeat, body, mind, heart, and spirit are 4 tires of education. Building the mind, building their heart, body, building their heart of how they relate emotionally, and bringing in their core values of how they want to stand up and be recognized in their spirit are 4 parts of education. And I want all of you to understand, a very big thing that I'm seeing as a trend today is infertility among women. Are you all noticing that? In every city you have infertility clinics everywhere. And the main reason is the high cortisol level on children from a very young age, the very unhealthy eating habits, especially the Lays, the Kurkures, the Pepsis, which are ridden with sugar and chemicals, which is actually will it come? This is what counseling does. You've got a fruit and you're counseling and trying to make it something else. No, it will not happen. It will happen for a time being. Unless you change the root, which is the thought pattern in the child, you can never bring out a change in the personality. Yes or no? And that's where I say, all of you repeat, roots determine our fruits. And say it again, no fruits. Louder, no fruits. No roots. Are you all getting that clear? Yes or no? Without roots, there can be no fruit. And I want all of you repeat after me. My life, my choice, my happiness. Can we all do that? Yes or no? Can we all do that? Yes or no? I always say this all the time. If you take your life as a choice, that is where you build real character inside of children. Now, the next point, I want all of you to ask you this.
Leader in me is a very important subject.
So, it's coming?
When it comes to...
Coming? Huh? Right. Yeah. Put the slide.
I believe that leader in me is a very important subject when it comes to shaping the character of our generation. It helps us know that we are in charge of our own lives and must not blame anything on any other factor.
It has helped me to be more kind, curious and responsible, helpful to everyone around me.
One of my favorite habits in the 7 is seek first to understand, then to be understood. I have learned to listen to other people's opinions and see from their view.
Think win-win. The 4th habit of the Lindsay. It's about, like, you should not only think that you should only win. You should always think that you and your partner both can win. It's not about losing or winning. It's about teamwork and it's about you both winning.
Sharpen the saw is the key to make myself happy.
I discovered about new things like dance, cooking,
designing, gaming, craft works to sharpen my mind. It lets us have a positive outlook towards life, because life is beautiful and we should be grateful for every single second of it.
And every nuances of this program is so wonderfully designed by Dr. Cardinal and his team. And this program is not a subject, it is a program for life.
It has created a value system automatically, voluntarily it has come.
The Leader in Me program that has come through Live Life Education and Dr. Cardinal Kirish will be taken up by many schools.
We owe a lot to the Live Life Education for making our campus become more responsible, more caring and more sharing.
We also recommend that the school education department will take this program and give for the entire nation.
For many more years, I definitely wish that this program becomes an integral part in every school curriculum so that it spreads its wings across in India and abroad.
We work with acid attack victims, we work with women, we work with women entrepreneurs, and we also work with places of underprivileged areas like Jammu and Kashmir, areas where nobody has even gone to. These are areas that we go do our work. If you ask me, what is that one thing, Kanan, that is so fascinating about the work you do? I think it's fulfillment. It's just the fulfillment of who you are and what you can do in this planet in this short time that you're there on this planet.
And that fulfillment, I learnt it from Don Bosco. From Don Bosco, Egmore, the services that I learned, the charity that I learned, the values that I learned, and all the principles from Father Anthony, Father Michael, who really mentored me. I am what I am because of Don Bosco School. So, how we work with a school is very simple. We start with the teachers, and I always say this, no transformation is possible in any school if the teachers don't transform. Yes or no? And that's where all our program starts with the teachers. Second, we integrate it into your subject. Once we start teaching it with the teachers take it to the students and we integrate. I'll show you a classic example. A child came and told me Mahatma Gandhi used the 7 habits. I asked how. When Mahatma Gandhi was pushed out of the train, instead of being reactive, Gandhi became very proactive. He created an end in mind as freedom for India through non-violence. He came back to India and seek first to understand his fellow Indians. He synergized with his fellow Indians with that end in mind and took it to the British. British was very reactive. Gandhi was very proactive. He kept putting first things first, synergizing with his countrymen, always thinking win-win, and that's how he got freedom for India. Told by a second standard child. And that's where I tell you, children are clean slates, yes or no? Either we write the right language or someone in society will write the language. And in the third phase, we start working with the families. Do you all agree today parents also should talk the right language, yes or no? Because a large part of influence comes from them. And the last, before I conclude, I'll just skip this. This is the leadership environment we build in a school as character inside of a classroom. So one thing that I want to talk about is what? Louder, hope. Hope is very important, yes or no? I always say hope is like a pope which prevents a child from taking a rope. It is. Today's children need hope. They feel very hopeless. And I want to share this with the post-rat experiment. Rats were put into a water to see how long they survived. They survived only 15 minutes. And they called this a concept called learned helplessness. But the same rat, when it was pulled out at 14th minute for a minute and put back inside, do you know how long it survived? How long do you think it would have survived? 60 hours. 60 hours the same rat survived. And I want to tell you this with this example. Every child has a capacity to outgrow their problem, yes or no? The idea is they lose hope. And we as educators need to give that hope to the child. And these are a set of children. I was called in Poonj Valley in Jammu. And I was able to work with these children and we pulled out 140 children out of drug abuse over there. It's a large part of my life. I don't have time to show you the video. And I want to tell you one thing that I really saw there. There were 20 gunmen protecting me and there was this one army officer who was my body double. And at one point, all of the army officers opened the gun and this particular guy unlocked his gun and kept it next to me. The car went up and down, the gun went up and down, my heart also went up and down. Then at one point I asked him, why are you doing this? And then he said, sir, this is the area where suicide bombers come. every 100 meters there is a gun which is pointing a laser at you. If a suicide bomber comes, first that guy will shoot. If that person misses, I will shoot. If both of us misses, I will jump in front of you and hug you, and I'll take the entire bomb on my body, he said. I looked at him and said, even in 10 birth, I don't think my wife will love me like the way you are loving me, I said. And I asked her, how is it that you're laying your life down for someone you really don't know? And you know what he said? Sir, I don't know who you are, I don't know where you are from, but for one reason, I will lay my life down to you, because you're an Indian, he said. And I want to tell this to all of you all. Kindly build the love for our country in our children. Yes or no? They are today seeing on internet everybody talking bad of our nation. I think there's something that we can be proud of, and one thing is we can definitely be proud of is our Indian army over here. Yes, we can be truly proud that 14 lakh soldiers of 65 lakh families from different religions, castes, race work together as one family to keep us all happy that we are actually sitting over here. And the last part I want to end with is, this girl looks a pretty girl. Does she look pretty? Yes or no? Yes. She was sitting in the front row of my session, and we did an exercise called gratitude, and she got up. Her hands were twisted, her legs were twisted, and she started to walk. She had cerebral palsy when she was 6 years old, progressing. At 11, her father left her. At 14, the auto driver tried to abuse her. At 17, she attempted suicide for the first time. Her mother promised her, till you live, at least you live. You should live. So she decided to live for her mother. The day she did gratitude, the next day she came up to the stage. She held the mic and said, Doctor, yesterday something beautiful happened in my life, doctor, she said. I asked her what? I went straight to the mirror, doctor, looked straight into my eyes, and for the first time in my life, I said, I love you to myself, doctor, she said. All my life, everybody told me I am a disabled and made me sit in a wheelchair. At least once I want to feel I am able, doctor, she said. I asked her, what do you want to do? I want to dance on stage, she said. She came up to the stage, non-stop for 45 minutes, she danced to the song Lungi Dance. And for all of us who were there, we literally felt God came and danced in her body, and she left. Today, this girl, Ramita, has passed out of MCA with a gold medal. She works for EMC Squad company in Bangalore, and next month she is getting married. And the last is this, all our acid attack victims, for no fault of theirs, they lost it. Menaka Gandhi personally called me and wanted me to work with them. More than I working with them, they changed my life. And one was this girl. She was a 6-month-old baby when acid was thrown on the mother. It splashed and fell on this girl, and the girl who was a 6-month baby, and burnt her entire left side. She had skin grafting done, and an NGO in Bombay adopted her. At 16, she finishes her 10th standard. At 18, she finishes 12th standard. At 21, she did BCom. At 24, she finishes her MBA. Today, she works as Vice HR in L&T company in Bombay today. I asked her a question. You don't have your face. You don't have a mother. You don't have father. How are you happy? And you know what she said? She said a beautiful statement. The one who sees what he is lost is a fool. The one who sees what he has got is a genius. I choose to be a genius, doctor, she said. And that was where I say the happiest people don't have the best of everything. They just make the best of everything. And I think making the best and building connected children who are truly, truly connected, loved and belong is what education should become all the time. So I put my number here and a QR code. You have doubts, you have questions, you are always free to call me or message me on WhatsApp. If I don't reply, don't feel bad. I will definitely reply back after a time. Please don't send me good morning, good evening, good night messages. Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated.
Yeah.
It was indeed a time of renewing energy for us, for all of us. Please put your hands once again for the wonderful presentation, lively presentation that he engaged all of us to become more like today's children. Any questions? Very short.
One or two questions.
To be brief. One or two.
Quick, 1 or 2 questions.
Anything? I think everything was clear.
I was so clear, huh?
Dr. Girish Karnan, thank you very much. for your wonderful presentation. You gave us, to begin with, to trust someone. The values are caught more than taught. And then the 7 habits, finally ending with hope and with live examples. Thank you very much for your presentation and bringing hope in us to do best in our lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless
Thank you all. Thank you.
I now request Reverend Father Santuraja to felicitate Dr. Kannan Girish, founder of Live Life Education.
Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father.
Thank you, Father, for moderating the session and doing the honors. And thank you, Dr. Kannan Girish, for a vibrant, dynamic session on social and emotional learning.
Being a student of Don Bosco, this is very emotional for me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to the next technical session, the role of catalyst in school excellence.
Dear friends, before we move to the third technical session, which is awaiting, and Dr. Radhakrishnan has been here from 10 o'clock onwards, because we had a little delay in starting our program, so please excuse us. We may need 20 minutes extra before lunch. But before lunch, we have a beautiful program like taking the photograph, because all of you are having photogenic face. And my friend Father Charles reminded me we need it for this purpose. So let us have a photograph before we go for lunch. So the bishops and the leaders will be here, and rest of us we can be here. And the brothers have built in such a way that all of us can be captured. Okay. So let us move on to the third technical session.
We now invite Dr. Sanjay Radhakrishnan, School Excellent Expert, the speaker of the session, onto the dais. I also request Reverend Brother Shine Alex, Provincial SVD, Hyderabad Province, moderator of the session, to please occupy the dais. Dr. Sanjay Radhakrishnan is a senior consultant and strategy leader at Teachment, bringing over 26 years of corporate experience to the educational technology sector. He was appointed as Head of Strategy and Excellence at Teachment in 2023, where he plays a key role in shaping growth strategies and strengthening customer engagement as the company expands its digital infrastructure for schools and institutions. Prior to this, he held leadership roles at Tata Interactive Services for more than a decade and contributing to the growth of ICICI Prudential Life Insurance since its inception. Mr. Radhakrishnan has built sustainability, talent pipelines, and then driven large-scale transformation programs across various industries. May I now request Reverend Brother Shine Alex, Provincial, the moderator of the session, to take over the session.
Greetings to one and all, and it's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Sanjay Radhakrishnan for this third technical session. Friends, we had a very energetic and creative presentation by Mr. Kannan Girish. Now you are going to have very interesting critical reflection and evaluation with techniques and tools to enhance school excellence. And here we have Dr. Sanjay Radhakrishnan raising two critical questions. How are we staying relevant? How are we staying relevant? How do we lead the change? It is important for Catholic educational institutions across the country to critically review their vision and mission and know how people perceive Catholic education. Repairing of Catholic schools in India is crucial to adapt to fast changing scenario of educational services in our country. If we don't update, we will be outdated. Every educational institution need to review, reflect, rate, respond, and restart with new strategies to become relevant as educators in this 21st century in the fast changing landscape of education. It's over to Dr. Sanjay Radhakrishnan to elaborate on this topic.
Okay, good afternoon, and definitely it's a privilege to be here. My love and affection for the Catholic education goes much deeper, but let me try bringing it out with some of the examples. I must just share that after such a high octane session by Dr. Kannan, the good news is I'm the last person standing before lunch. So what we will also do quickly is like we start any presentation, and nowadays you see we watch a lot on OTT and Netflix. So being inspired by them, I have put a non-statutory advisory warning to my presentation, right? And the first is, it may not be suitable for educators who may not want to break free from their comfort zone, right? And maybe just looking at the menu which is yet to come. And also the content which will come may be disengaging for people who believe that the golden era is past and there is nothing but hopelessness in the future and everything we did was in the past. So my request for all the people sitting in this room, we have close to 2,000 years of experience. For the next 35 minutes, please assume that you have come to a mall for shopping of intellectual ideas. You like it, you take it, right? The good news is there's no GST. However, you need to look at it with an open mind and see whether it fits into your school. And last week, I completed my 2,700th visit to a school. And I must tell you, no two schools are the same. When I go to Vijayawada, they'll say, Vijayawada and Hyderabad. Every school, every pin code has a narrative. And the biggest mistake you can make is not give the contextualization which the school demands. And how do we do that? And as we go ahead, let me just share. The average user picks up the phone 76 times, including all of us. It's going to be very difficult for us to stay alert. I know in the next 25 minutes, you'll be refrained to look at your mobile phones. Not only children, all of us have an attention span. So let me see how we can make it a little more engaging. And two, we are all educators. We should have very, very strong view. In some points, I will acknowledge what the experts have talked. I may contrast it with a little difference with the reality which is also on the ground. We need to address the reality also which is happening on the ground. Look at it. A teacher, for example, a CBSE school works for 210 days, teaches 170 days. A standard 8 teacher has to teach 6,000 teaching points, cover it for 45 students, and who's audio-visual kinesthetic, and then you expect to finish the portion and then make it engaging. How difficult the job is. And like commentators, for us, it's very easy from outside to say, aisa karo, waisa padhao, jaake padhao, then you know how difficult life is, right? But with that, let's see what are some of the techniques we can bring in. Now I would request you for the next 20 minutes to zoom out. Zoom out is, you all come here in a confluence of education. See if you can just step back and see the big picture. For that, there is this very interesting small video, and I would request you to follow the instructions. The coming video, which will come up on the screen, will have a set of basketball players. All you need to do is count the number of times the ball has been passed. That's it, okay? That's the only thing you have to do. Okay? Just count how many times players wearing white pass the basketball. Yes. Okay, how many passes did you count? How many? 12. I'll come. How many? 12? Just raise your hand. 13, 12. Okay, I can see. 13, 13. 14, okay. 15, okay, these are 15. 16, any 17s, 18s, then God will have to bless us. Okay, we'll stop there. So this is, yes? Fantastic. That's a world record broken, but definitely that's a count. We will keep it in mind. So you saw we had ranges from 14 to 23. Now here is my question to people. I think somewhere who scored 15. Can you just share that one observation you saw when they're passing the ball? I have a different question for different. 23 I will come to, but for 15. Quickly. 15, only if you got 15. That is the most important. Very well said. Excellent. Now let me just take it forward. You must be wondering what is this question, right? Yes. The correct answer is of course 15, but did you see the gorilla? So let me also okay, I can vouch for it that this is my 146th session. People who count 15 never see the gorilla. People who never score 15 see the gorilla and everything else. And the reason why is also I want to share that educators are super busy. They are so busy, we don't know if they are productive. We'll talk about that a little later. And that is why we want you to zoom back and see the big picture and see some of the blind spots which must be in our organization, right? So, first of all, let me quickly go back from flashback. Last 2 weeks back, I had the privilege in being CBCI, and they told me, you know, get me good new content because many of my people are there. And that is the reason we thought we'll spend more time on Catalyst. And Father Swami, thank you for suggesting that name because it actually gives 3 dimensions to it. Who is a catalyst? It's just not about the person. It is about the people. It is about the process. It is about the system, right? It's not about an individual. So we tried bringing all that into what we saw works in schools. And let me come after COVID, what happened? Everything happened, but this Gen Alpha. And these people were born, they come from the digital world. How do they behave? And we'll talk about that quickly. So the first thing, parenting, say something. I have forgotten how you sound. Because if you notice, everybody keeps them. If somebody bothers, tab mein busy raho. If somebody opens the bell or rings the bell, beta, khol do. I'll allow you to play on the tab for 2-3 minutes. And today, who rings the bell? It is Swiggy in the morning and Blinkit in the night. Because guests don't come so much nowadays, right? Now, this is the second. If Maslow hierarchy had to be redone, then when we go to a hotel, we don't ask for food. We say internet hai kya, right? And when such an audience are coming, can you play for a while? His battery died. And my favorite is the last one. You know, we are all products of the movie Sholay. And I'm sure you know, 50 कोस दूर, रात को जब बच्चा रोता है, माँ कहती है, बच्चा सो जा नहीं तो गब्बर सिंह आ जाएगा. Today they will say, बेटा सो जा नहीं तो Wi-Fi off कर दूंगी. Because the whole storytelling had been outsourced to technology. The time, how do parents build? How did we love our grandfather and parents? Because they gave us stories. They engaged us beyond transactions. Because that's missing. What do parents do very conveniently? Outsource it to the school. And that is why you'll notice that a school, you ask any educator, what is my biggest problem? It's not the student. They'll say managing the parents' expectation. And especially I am sitting in this part of the country where there is over obsession towards marks, right? And helicopter parenting. How do you manage all of that? That's where we found some very, very interesting anecdotes and frameworks which we want to share with you. And on the left-hand side is what happened in the past when you teach students in a classroom, like how we learned history, who was born, who died when, right? Whereas the right-hand side is what people need. Today, we saw in the other 2 sessions, AI is there, whether it is good, whether it is bad. The role of a teacher has fundamentally changed. Don't spend time in telling students what. Tell them more time on how. Because what is available now on Google, photosynthesis kya badi baat. I'll go to Google and learn. But what is missing is the how and when. And that is what is the emotional connection. I contrast with people who believe that technology will replace teachers. Because even today when I ask you, tell me your favorite subject, it is the teacher. If the subject you didn't like, it was because of the teacher. It is because it is still an emotional process. And if it is such an emotional process, then you need to know how the hero of the classroom still stands there. And that is where you will see you need to move to the right side. Please don't look into the political, the leftists and the rightists. That's not what I'm indicating here. But you need to move, and we'll talk about it. In your classrooms, in your lesson planning, are you focusing on the left side or the right side? Let me take a quick example. And this is the, the role of a catalyst. All of you are principals, heads of institution. You bring the change, being a part of the change, and you lead the change. The question is how? And here is the example I want to bring. Here is a bear. The bear falls from a height of 10 meters on the ground in less than 2 seconds. What is the color of the bear? I mean, the good news is I have written it so you can say what a vayad sawal hai, what a stupid question. But let me ask you, the bear falls in less than 2 seconds, 10 meters. What is it has to do with the color of the bear? How many of you believe it's a wrong question, bad question? Just raise your hand. I mean, yes. Anybody else here quickly? What do you think of this question? Very bad question. However, I just want you to sneak a little more to see that if I use gravitation, where gravitation is equal to 10 meters per second square, when I use that mathematical formula, apply it from the height of the bear, then you will notice that it is less than that only in the polar region, and bears in polar region are white in color. I teach history for standard 8th and 10th, and I love Battle of Haldigati. But when I bring Newton's second of motion, they don't know I'm bringing maths in. So sometimes interdisciplinary connect is what and how we do it in the classroom. You understand the difference, right? Instead of bringing chemistry, instead of bringing in physics, is there a way we can tweak it? And that is just one small example of this. And when we studied close to 300 adolescent students in various cities, what did we learn? Number one, their lingo is very different. They love those teachers who speak their lingo. What is their lingo? Anybody wants to? Sololu, right? They use words which I don't know. For example, I remember my son coming and telling me, "Hi bro, we had World War at home," right? Because what is respect? Where then it took me time to understand it's not disrespect. It is their way of connecting. And see, your best teachers, they connect from the heart, and that's how they engage the mind. And that is why you should know their lingo. It does not mean you are diluting your standards of discipline. Second, reverence for why. They need to know why I need to learn this. Whenever the why is not clear, people are demotivated to learn something. All we need to do is fix. That is why your lesson plan, look at the why. When you do classroom observation sheets, just spend more time on what is being connected, and then the emphasis on all. And the last but the least, they love trade-offs. What is trade-off? In a 40-minute class, even we struggle to have attention, but they love trade-off. Okay, get this answer right, I'll give you 3 seconds off. Do this in 10 minutes, I'll give you this 5 minutes off. They love trade-offs, and they can relate to teachers who are very, very different. And that is why you'll realize that students up to standard 6 engage in a classroom very different from standard 8th and 10th and 11th and 12th. 11th and 12th are gone, literally. 9th and 10th are dealing with adolescence issues, not so much about the subject. That is why the best teachers basically in the book which I wrote, that there are 4 types of schools, right? I'm not talking about many, there can be many. The one on the top is legacy. Let me tell you, the schools you bring in are the pride of our nation. Tell me one freedom fighter who has not been influenced by Catholic education. It's impossible, because you have always stood for value education. Today questions are being knocked at us in terms of what is that we are bringing, but I think we have that legacy. We don't have to change our direction, but we may now need to bring in new techniques of engaging people. Because maybe that 5-star school has come next to your neighborhood, which offers fancy swimming pool facilities and horse riding, but that's not value education. And you know, the contradiction in education is when I buy bad food, it tells me in my stomach in 2 days. I get bad education, it takes 10 years to come back. So people will come back to our schools with much more rigor. But what we need to do is understand them a little better, for which you need to know where you stand. And these were some of the categories of schools which we saw. We will not be spending more time, but many of your schools may be 50 years. I've always noticed that schools are 60 years, 80 years. They love status quo. No, don't touch anything. It's all going well. You know, what happens if something goes wrong? So the ability to bring in change is something as important in your schools. These are what types of schools, and this is what I wanted to bring in. And now, I want to just share in last the 9 parameters which I have found what makes a school very successful, irrespective of the resources it had, and irrespective whether it's in a metro or in a village. The first one I've noticed is partnership orientation. When Hunsam went for admission in Patliputra, I don't know if you're all aware, he was rejected by the gatekeepers of the institute because he could not complete their viva. That is why your non-teaching staff speak more about your school than the teaching staff. I've also noticed that there are 2 types of security guards, just to give you an example. The one before the Ryan incident happened, now CCTV cameras are compulsory. But even yesterday when I walked into a school, there is this security guard. He'll say, just fill in your 10-number mobile. You put a 9 number or 11 number in his rat-infested register, wo dukhi hai. He'll just say, go ahead. Then there is another type of security guard who will say, Mr. Radhakrishnan, you have come for a meeting with our sister, go straight, turn right. Many times people like us make impressions of the school the way the non-teaching staff conduct themselves. That is why they say when a principal catches cold, the school sneezes. When we walk into a school, when I used to be a vendor to a school, they say, aaj mat milo, achhi mood mein nahi hai, aapka kaam nahi hoga. Everybody in the school will know what the mood says, right? That is the influence which many of us carry. And in partnership, what is partnership orientation? Very easy word. Difficult is the mindset that we don't know the answers for everything. And we are all here. Some of the greatest teachers start their class by saying, I don't know. We don't need to know answers for everything. We don't need to look good. But what we need to do is engage partnership. And that is why you'll notice the kind of questions people ask us when we visit them tells us very, very different level. This is the first one we learned. And the second one is and one thing is very common. People only learn when they are happy. I have never seen a grumpy staff and a grumpy student ever learning. You go into a school and it buzzes, you know there is happiness. How it is done, of course there are a lot of theories around it, how it works, but this is what it works, is the relationship. And I remember His Grace talked about creativity and innovation in the morning, which is very important. And you know, let me talk about culture. I also noticed that a principal, there are 2 types of cabins. One, where there are a lot of trophies and cups behind the principal. When you go in, you know, you can feel intimidated with all that designs. There is another type of principal's cabin where nothing is inside. Now, what does both indicate? If you ask me, somebody who reads cultural artifacts, the first one is encouraging outcomes. Loves wins. When such a principal stands up and says, I care for disabled children, I find it inconsistent. So sometimes what you say, what you do, and the cultural artifacts in your school are very important. In the morning, I remember His Grace also mentioned, let's make it more inclusive. It's just not a word, it is about a spirit. So how do you bring in all the people together? And that's the essence of the way you would take your culture forward. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is, these are small things but have a huge role. You know, nobody can deny that the staff rooms are the ultimate gossip mills, right? Nobody can ever deny that. And the kind of conversations which happen are great. Bring in a teacher, you do her 2 years of induction, 2 weeks of induction vision, take her inside the staff room, then say, I'll tell you what happens here, you come here. All that you taught in 2 weeks is gone out of the window, right? And then I'm also told, tomorrow the principal is doing a surprise inspection at 3:15 p.m. Now, how is it surprise if everybody knows what you're doing? And also you'll realize over a period of time that you have been working with people for a very long time. They know you so well that sometimes they set you up. They will tell you exactly whether this is allowed in the school or not allowed in the school. So how do you recalibrate that with your parents? How do you bring your teachers back? And one thing, you know, I've realized is, what's a good sign? I will just share the structure with you. And yes, and I'll come to the last but not the least. If you notice, it's PRINCIPAL, principle. The reason why we looked at those 9 attributes were, these were the 9, I don't want to use technical words like competencies, but this is what made a great school. And you can measure everything of it. Now, what is a process? I'll give you a small example. Unfortunately, you get to see the wrong side of it in the airports. Go to the airport and 3 people will check your Aadhaar card and name. In India, quantity replaces quality. Similarly, when you go to a school, I remember my son got, whenever he goes on an excursion, he will get a notice, tell me your father's name. I don't dumping her with 40% admin work. Then she has to correct papers. And why can't we take out, and if you realize, you know what kind of paperwork we have? Question paper, textbook. Each classroom cuts 72 trees in a year. I remember being called as a chief guest to a school. They said, see our great exhibition, how to save trees. And it was a chart paper exhibition. Okay, so the point I'm making is, there are many processes. Cut your teacher from distraction. It's not her job to send WhatsApp messages in the night. Because she's a teacher. She carries her moods inside the classroom. It's not a period, it's an experience you're living with a child. But we are responsible to ensure they don't get distracted with our process. Don't make them fill laborious reports, which mean nothing. The same thing in passive voice and active voice. But for that, we have to step back. That is those small changes which I would request for. And agility, the speed at which we reinvent. And I just want to say, the top portion were the boosters, why some institutes were accelerating ahead. And the bottom is empower. Let me share with you. I went to a school. Can you beat it? Every leave is signed by the principal. My God, what a waste of principal's time. When it is normal leave, why can't the coordinators get involved? No. It's fine, but please understand there's a collateral damage. Your time is so valuable. You cannot become busy. You need to be productive. There's a difference. And in India, we love being busy. Saturday bhi phone uthana hai, Sunday bhi phone uthana hai, passion chahiye. In education, it doesn't work. We want leaders who can think about that gorilla which is coming. So cut out some of those administrative work. Nothing will go wrong. I'll give you 2 examples of the annual day of a school. One type of annual day, you go into the school, 3 weeks before annual day, 2 weeks after that, you can't meet anybody because annual day is happening. And then the principal will say, you don't understand, Sanjay, just din mein nahi ho na, everything collapses. And then it happens. Shadi wala, fool wala, it's like a marriage. Then there is another principal who says, just meet me 3 hours before. She walks in 3 hours before, everything is set. Now, you must be wondering, how does it happen? It doesn't happen overnight. It's a question of when do you empower whom? How much do you trust? Trust people, but verify. You don't have to have blind trust. Your processes should have that mechanism. You have an HOD, so let me share with you. We'll talk about legacy a little later in the last 3-4 minutes. You know, this is what is a structure I have seen working very well in a school. You have more than 2,500 schools, maybe the left side works very well for you. If you have less than 2,000, the right side structure works very well. And what is the right side structure? The left side is headmistress. Why? Grow them. You know, I can't understand why a school should hire from outside. If you're a 50-year-old school, you mean we don't have enough talent? Other than the fact that they should meet the community requirement. I'm not talking about that. We can't have talent. We can groom talent. And trust me, the kind of passion people have in our schools, they'll give their lives for it. All we need to groom is understand it. That is why if you notice, coordinators. Coordinator is one of the toughest jobs. It's a job where you don't get enough recognition. You do all the work running around, right? I can see some of you really agreeing with me. But you can give it in their KPI. You can give it in their role, but grow them. My question is, a vice principal and headmistress, 9 out of 10 should come from that institute. You agree with me? It is a direct reflection about the institute's trust and ability to bring, nurture the talent. Let me just close this with a last slide, which says, before that, yes, always remember you'll be dealing with 2 kinds of teachers, will and skill. Low will, low skill. No niyat bhi nahi hai, kabiliyat bhi nahi hai. You can't do anything with them. That's nightmare. What do you do with high will, low skill? You send them for a training program. What do you do with high will, high skill, low will? Your seasoned teachers, excellent skill, but they'll not take up a job so easily. You need different techniques. The reason why I put it up is there are proven case studies just around you. All that is just available. And I just want to, submit my last bit is, I will just go to this slide. We are going to live for more than 100, 120 years. I'm told by Elon Musk that we may live for 200 years. What we learn is not enough to last for a lifetime. That is why people at the age of 40, 45 today are at an inflection point. You know why? They are redundant. They're becoming irrelevant. Why? Because they're not able to unlearn, learn, and relearn. When we studied, Pluto was a ninth planet. When we studied, nuclear energy was only good. But it's all changed. But that does not mean we can't learn and unlearn. And like in the morning, His Grace said, WhatsApp cannot be the university of learning. You have to put your people to a set of contradiction, back them to the hilt, don't let them fail, but be around them and nurture your teachers, and you'll find why some of your institutes are doing so well, right? With that, I just want to close is, dinosaurs at one point of time were the most strong animals. Why did they fail? It is because they couldn't adapt. What we don't want is educators as dinosaurs. If we all believe, though, hamara zamana acha tha, this generation is different, I don't think so. Every generation talks about the other generation. I'm sure you all remember our mother-in-law say, you don't know how to make achar, right? Or the fact, so I think it is just a crib. But what we need to do is stay relevant. Like in cricket, what you do, you see your pitch and adjust your techniques. And that is why sometimes a good principal in one school fails in another school. Why? They're not able to adjust their techniques. So I just want to submit by saying there are enough techniques. The good news is you continue to be the beacon of value education for us. I mean, our heart and soul is with you. I just want you to go back and tell yourself, see the problem differently. And if you continue to do what you are doing and expecting a change, that is insanity. So you need to bring that change, and you can do it in a measurable manner. So thank you so much for listening to me, and I hope I could add some value to you.
Thank Dr. Sanjay Radhakrishnan for that short and inspiring and insightful presentation. He has invited us to redefine the role of a teacher. A teacher has to facilitate in the classroom analysis, evaluation, and creation, adapting new pedagogies for a high level of school excellence in teaching learning process. He has touched upon the very core of Catholic education, why parents do come to our schools for admission, why many prefer Catholic schools. I think it is mainly due to the discipline that we provide. But he has critically enlightened us to evaluate and to rethink the concept of discipline for Generation Alpha, which is the very core value of Catholic education. He has invited us to reflect about the educational leadership that we provide in our institutions, strategic pillars of growth and excellence. He said, when a principal catches cold, this is winter season, many of us can catch cold. The whole school sneezes. So it is essential that we empower, engage, and equip the Catholic educational leadership with competence and professionalism is the need of the hour. Academic competence and administrative skills with the ability to promote participatory management through the art of delegation with focus on effective leadership and animation can enable excellence in education. We need to enhance collaboration between the people who are serving in our institutions and train them to become empowered leaders. He has also invited us to improve the quality of education in our educational institutions. And the catchword of National Education Policy 2020 is quality education. So it is good as Catholic educational leaders, we promote quality education, quality learners, quality environment, quality content, quality process, and quality outcomes. So this is how I summarize what I understood from his presentations, and it is open to the House to clarify a few more doubts or techniques from him as to how we can stay relevant in the 21st century, as well as how do we lead the change in order to provide quality Catholic education in the changing landscape of education in our country. Any doubts, questions? Are you hungry or angry?
Any questions, please? We now invite Reverend Brother Shine Alex to felicitate Dr. Sanjay Radhakrishnan. Thank you, brother, for doing the honor and moderating the session, and Dr. Sanjay Radhakrishnan for his insights. We now pause for a photo session followed by lunch. For want of time, we shall do it as quickly as possible. We request all the participants kindly return to the hall on time for the afternoon technical sessions at 2 p.m. Lunch is arranged in the cellar. We are in the 3rd floor. The left side, there is a lift. You also have the steps to go down. Be seated here in your places at 2 p.m. Thank you. Have a good appetite. Kindly come forward quickly for the photo session. Thank you.
Dear sisters and brothers, fathers, please come. Those who are not having that much of height, you can come on the 2nd, 3rd row. The others can come to the dais. Bishops and leaders will be sitting there. We have sufficient space. Why don't you just make it fast? Behind the bishops, anybody wants to stand? Please come. You take a privilege. God-given privilege, please. Yes, that row, correct. Sister, no, you go that way, yes. No, yes. No, you have to go down, yes. Where brother is there, standing there, yes. That is right. Come on, we are all leaders, you can arrange, make it as a reality. Fast. Provincials and all can sit in the front row. Vicar General, please sit in the row. Come on, my dear friends, please. Yeah, we can. What would we have? Indian population is like that? No, so it's not a problem.
to one post.
The lunch is in the cellar. They go to the lift on the left side. It takes you directly to the cellar. Yes, lift and steps are also available down. Basement. B1. You can take the lift on the left side. B1. Basement. Steps are also there. Lift is also there on the left side.
We are not much present in Telangana. So we think that our institution is important. Not coming together is not that must. And we downplay the main thing that if we are not united in the church within ourselves, perhaps all our branches one day or other maybe tried or maybe cut off because of the various rules and regulations that the government is intending to bring. So this is the time, my dear friends, all of us are supposed to be together, and I feel that some of our members have left already after the lunch, or they must be coming. So those who are standing here and there, if you don't mind, sisters, please, those who are there, the registration, can you just check up? The volunteers also, at the ground floor, if they come, we will start the session on time. And our chairman, which is the person who always speaks by his own personal example, so that is the reason I thought we will anticipate and many of us will listen to him, since we are just fresh after the lunch. Your energy level has come back once again, and we should be able to make it. So my friend, brother, can you ask our friends, Brother Chairperson, tell our friends to come so that we will start. Sorry for the interruption, but certain times we have to adjust to the situation, and we must make it a point that what is our priority, according to the priority, choose the first one. So we have chosen the first one today, listening to the Archbishop, our president of the function. And it is not a function, yes, to certain extent it is a function, because it is not a one-day event, it is going to be our lifelong. So that is the reason I call it also it's a lifelong celebration. And Telangana government will come out in January. Lot of regulations upon us. Already they are sent indirectly. I don't know whether sisters are aware of it. They are asking in 100 stamp paper, representative stamp paper, write and give that you will not violate any rules and regulations of the Telangana Education Code. Though we do not have a separate Telangana Education Code, still they want to have the United Andhra Education Code, especially GU number MS1, which was issued in 1994, and we will be following the fee system. At the same time, we will be paying the salary according to the GU MS number 1. Also, we will be spending more than 60 to 65% for the staff, their salary and welfare. Management can take hardly 10%. So some of the things are being revived, and they are asking us to give a undertaking in the stamp paper that you will not violate. So it is in circulation now. In fact, I asked the Commissioner Director of School Education to come over here. Unfortunately, he sent the message now, Father, I can meet you all only after 15th. And CM has imposed a lot of problem in the sense we have to attend to his session. Data has to be given to him. So please bear with me. So he confirmed long back, but you know that is the problem with the government officials. But however, we will be having a group discussion about how to take this education forward. Our friend Bishop, Common Bishop Prakash, he will lead us into discussion, and we will be able to come together and make a point so that we will be able to implement in our institutions, especially taking care of our poor people. That is the meaning of the inclusive education, and that is our priority as a Catholic teachers and principals and so on. And before that, how Father Charles has been an instrument in bringing out this type of regional program, sitting in Delhi, coming here and soiling his earth and motivating the local regional secretary to run this type of program and collecting all the data from each diocese. He does that work very well. And these are all people in front of us as a role model. So I felt that our Telangana group should be motivated to emulate them. And Father John Ravi has come over here, a man who has visited a number of educational institutions run by the Jesuit institutions in the West Asia, East Asia. And he will share, why are you thinking about only that institution? Yes, is good. In the eyes of the parents and the eyes of the student, they think that one is the first 10 out of 10. What about other institutions? There is a nice book, Good to Great. I'm not able to recollect the other, but I have read, but I'm not able to recollect, maybe because of my age factor. I'm not able to recollect. But so you will be speaking about what stops you becoming great. So it's a very relevant topic from this case study you will share. So these are some of the things that we are going to have, my dear friends. And finally we will take a pledge. Bishop Thaman is ready with the pledge. We will be displaying, and we will have not the candle light, another light, because the new auditorium brothers have given first time. We don't want to spoil with the candles, and that is the reason we have purchased that the battery light that you can hold it and take the oath. And finally we sing the hymn to Mother Mary, asking her to pray for us, intercede for our intention, and the bishops will bless each one of us before we go home. So this is the entire program, my dear friends. In the afternoon, it's not so easy to get your attention, and that is the reason I took a little extra time till you all come back and get seated. So now I request my people to announce the programs.
Yes, welcome back, delegates. As Father said, yes, now we invite Most Reverend Elias Gonsalves, Archbishop of Nagpur and Chairperson CBCI Office for Education and Culture, New Delhi, to come forward and then occupy the chair on the dais. Along with him, we also invite Reverend Father Dr. Maria Charles, SDB, and also Reverend Father Dr. V.K. Swami, Secretary TCBC, to occupy the dais.
Most Reverend Elias Gonsalves is the Archbishop of Nagpur and Chairperson of the CBCI Office for Education and Culture, ordained as a priest in 1990 and was appointed Bishop of Amaravati on 11 July 2012 and promoted as Archbishop of Nagpur in the year 2018. He has been a strong advocate for education, interfaith dialogue and pastoral renewal. In his national role with the CBCI, he leads efforts to integrate cultural values and educational excellence across Catholic institutions in India, ensuring that the Church's mission in education remains vibrant and inclusive. We now invite Most Reverend Elias Gonsalves, Archbishop of Nagpur and Chairperson of CBCI Office for Education and Culture, New Delhi, to address the gathering.
Most Reverend Bishops, Your Excellencies, my dear brothers, fathers, sisters, and all the friends here sitting around. This is a time of a holy hour. It is a sacred hour for the clergy. So you will see some disappear and some will appear after some time. But anyway, I'll try to keep you awake. I'm not giving a long session, but what we received this morning, I'm trying to just put it together. You know, the fact that we all are here, and one of the resource persons, I think, said the purpose of it is more meaningful when we understand why we are here. The moment that purpose is clear to us, then the things will fall in line. Today, we are mainly celebrating this year the Vatican document which was published 50 years ago during the Vatican II in 1965. And that also a Jubilee year we are celebrating. The Gravissimum Educationis. This document is one of the shortest documents, but very clearly giving us the direction and guidelines for Catholic education. From the point of view of when we see what is written there, I am not reading the full thing, you can read it for yourself. But it is focusing on the main theme, that is the Catholic education is a covenant between faith and reason, tradition and innovation, forming individuals of conscience, compassion and creativity. And that is what from whole morning we have been talking about. So, this is the occasion when we are gathered in this Jubilee year of hope. We are also celebrating the Jubilee of this document which was published. So, my dear friends, let us make this a very serious introspection. Today, while we sit here, our previous speakers have thrown a greater light on every topic that concerns us, and the speaker after me will also throw more light on the subjects and the topics which are relevant for today. And if we do not prepare ourselves, we will be outdated. That is the message they wanted to give, an underlying message to us. They didn't say us directly, but that is the message the previous speakers have given us. Today, while we are here, while we think about this great document which was presented in Vatican II, we are also in time where Pope Francis is inviting us to reflect on the theme, that is, what we require is the integral formation. A formation not just here, but education for head, heart, hands and health. The 4H education. He is talking about integral formation of the students, and further on he focuses on the identity of Catholic school for a culture of dialogue. I think we are, all the time I was thinking how we are comfortable in our campus. We have restricted ourselves within the walls of our schools. But Pope Francis is inviting us to be open for dialogue, a culture of dialogue, dialogue with the children, dialogue with the parents, dialogue with the teachers, teaching staff, not teaching staff. And that is how a friend said, when principal gets cold, the whole school freezes. So that is where we are sick with cold. But Pope Francis is giving us a tablet that is to get out of this coldness in our campus, which is developing because of many reasons. Administration, because of our pressure from the government and from the parents, from different quarters. What we need to have continuous dialogue. This is the main thing, develop a culture of dialogue, which is a very, very important aspect of our work today. And it's difficult, challenging, but this challenge we can turn into opportunity to make sure what the earlier speakers have said. Those each topic is like a module by itself. So this half a day seminar or 1 day seminar is not just enough, but we need to get into more formation, ongoing formation trainings for our leadership, that is management, headmasters, principals, and down the line all our stakeholders. So this is where what Pope Francis is inviting in Global Compact on Education, which the 7 points he has given in that, to develop the culture of dialogue. Also, the Holy Father urges us to educate the young people to have a vision. We have become short-sighted because we are looking at mobile, which is very close. They are looking at the screen in the house, TV, in the closed doors. But what we need to have, educate young people to a vision of an open world. We are seeing in our country that at times we are becoming a ghetto. The ghettoization has increased, and that is the danger in the world of education. And therefore he speaks about universal dimension. In our country we say Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We say it, but how much we do is a question mark. I don't know whether it is done. The Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is said loudly. The G20 was that, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. But in reality, are we this really open to the world, and are we giving universal dimension? So let us see how this is done in envisaging and engendering an open world. That is what our call is for the present world today. So we need to teach the young to step outside themselves, to move towards universal fulfillment. The sense of solidarity and of fraternity begins with the family, which are to be safeguarded and respected in their primary and vital mission of education. And that is where, my dear friends, our dialogue of culture will come in. When you dialogue with the family, family means the little ones, the young ones, the parents, mother, father, each one is a different world today. And that is the focus we have. Pope is inviting us for this. So, where we are today. In our Indian context, I am putting. These are the list of problems we have. Education today in Indian context. I am not reading it while you can read everything there. We are all aware about our strength, our weaknesses, our threats, our challenges, our opportunities. We all are aware about it. And these are listed here. See, this is the situation of our Indian education system. And yesterday I was reading a newspaper which you will be shocked to hear. This is in Marathi. It came in Marathi newspapers, the famous newspapers, both the Times and even in Lok Satta, Indian Express group. But it was not. It didn't reflect in English papers. I saw both the papers. Because I read in Marathi, I called both the English papers and I was preparing for this. You know what it is stating? It is frightening. The children are getting out of the whole system today, automatically. And who are they? Mainly the weaker sections. The girls, the poor, the tribal, the scheduled caste, and the poorer community. See the situation that in our country, 8,43,991 children are out of school, even today. It was yesterday's newspaper. It must have reflected in today's English papers maybe. 3,78,877 girls out of that. 57,400 in Uttar Pradesh. Jharkhand and Andhra Pradesh also. The girls, these are only girls are out of school. Means we can see on one hand we are talking about global power, but on the other hand, this is the reality. We cannot live in fool's paradise and allow these things to happen. The gap between the poor and rich is increasing. So also the educated and non-educated will increase. That will cause the social challenges, social problems. We will not be away from, there will be dacoities, there will be robberies, there will be rapes, there will be so many social criminal problems taking place. If these things continue to happen, and that's how this is very well put on the front page of these newspapers. So what I am also inviting you to, my topic is deliberately chose these in context of social teaching. The church from the very beginning has been very clear that the Catholic social teaching focuses on 4 main principles, and these 4 principles are the source of inspiration for all our ministries in the church. Those 4 principles are this: human dignity, common good, principle of subsidiarity, and solidarity. These are 4 main pillars. Now, our constitution will also offer the same principles. So, these 4 main pillars on which our Catholic social teaching is built on, and from these 4 main principles, there are many more, but I am putting across to you these 4 main. And these 4 main principles are the inspiration for all our ministries. If one of them is missing, then we have to introspect, ask ourselves, are we on the right track? So here now I am presenting to you deliberately how the church in India functions. Many of us are not aware organogram of the church in India, starting from the word organogram of education and culture dicastery in Rome, and from there down the line it comes the Federation of the Asian Bishops Conference, then comes the CBCI Commission for Education and Culture. There are parts JBR Board, INX, FTIC and ICUF. These are the wings that the CBCI Office for Education has. Then comes the Regional Board of Education and Culture, and one of them is your board. And then comes every diocese, this Archdiocese or Diocesan Board of Education and Culture. So today we have gathered from number of dioceses as a regional forum. My focus today is at two levels, region and diocese. Unless the Diocesan Board of Education is strengthened, the Regional Board of Education will not be able to function well. If Regional Board of Education is not strengthened, the Diocesan Board, so it is two-way give and take. And we need to focus on these structures because we have beautiful and very, very good structures which should strengthen. Now, what I am observing, these are my observations which I am just analyzing, putting before you analyze. We have there this JBR board, INX, ICUF, all these bodies are there. And time and again I am inviting them. Don't remain centralized. Even when I took over from Charles, I told Father Charles, move to regions, don't remain at the top level, because that when we are on that level, we don't see what is really happening at the bottom. So there should be both the ways, the bottom up and top down approach for real social transformation. And this is where we all need to understand our regions, our country is too big, too diverse, too different. Someone said, one school is not the other. It is totally different. So you can imagine every diocese is different and every region is different. Such a diverse country which we have, where we are at different levels. The level of development, the level of progress, the level of understanding, the cultural understanding, language understanding is totally diverse. And therefore, all the time I am telling INX, JBR board, ICUF to move in the regions. For what? You will ask, for what? The first is to organize, the second is to, like Ambedkar said, no? First is to get organized, educate, and to get educated and then to agitate. Agitate for what? For our hunger, for the need of the right, our rights and duties to understand. Then we will reach to the development. So this is what the structure which I am just presenting to you to understand how we are called to functions. So the archdiocese, religious congregations should work together as one forum, hand in hand. We are not separate bodies. Divided we fall. So let us put all our efforts together to get organized, to coordinate, to cooperate and to collaborate. That will be our effective measure that which we can. So these are executive body of diocese and the general body. Every diocese will have an executive body of the diocesan board and general body where all the schools will be part of it. When this thing works, and I have quoted deliberately canon law there, I am not telling it from my pocket. The canon law exists for many years, no? Canon law clearly says 608 to 616, you go and read it at home if you have a book. It clearly says the diocese need to coordinate, collaborate and cooperate in order to make our ministry effective. And that will become only when there is a coming together, being together is very, very important. And this is what I am focusing on. Now, in these challenging times, I am coming to the present times. In these challenging times, we have to clarify our goals, redefine our objectives and strategies, and rededicate ourselves with our vision, undimmed with resoluteness and sureness of purpose, and with the collaborative efforts of all stakeholders, and above all, with an abiding faith in God. Catholic schools in India will continue to march on to the next decade and beyond. That we have to see how the next decade, where we are we making shifts? Are we ready to change? And that will decide our future. Now, these are 7 points of the Global Compact on Education which Pope Francis has given. All of you must have read it, know it. I am not going in detail about it. But these are 7 points of 7 points which are very clearly mentioned by Pope Francis. Now we have 3 more points added by Pope Leo. In his new document, these 3 points are added now. The first regards the interior life. Young people seek depth. They need spaces of silence, discernment and dialogue with their conscience and with God. So Pope Leo is inviting us to, he is bringing spirituality in. So Pope Francis has been talking about value education, but here he is pulling in the spirituality, interior life. Unless there is a metanoia, the change of heart, there will not be true development in our educational structures. The commitment, 9th commitment. The second concern, a human digital culture. We are talking about morning onwards about the digital culture, AI, whether it is good or bad, how this technology is going to affect us. And that is what Pope is talking about. We must educate in the wise use of technology and AI, placing the person before the algorithm, and harmonizing technical, emotional, social, spiritual, ecological forms of intelligence. So we accept open-heartedly, but at the same time be cautious about what we are doing. At the same time, the Pope said it is obvious that the Catholic schools cannot ignore technology or avoid it, but they must be discerning about digital platforms, data protection and fair access for all students. That is what some of us have expressed fear. Some questions were there. Will the technology be reaching to the poor? So that is our concern, and Pope has voiced it out. The 10th commitment. So the third concern, peace, unarmed and disarming. Let us educate in non-violent language, reconciliation and bridge building rather than wall building May blessed are the peacemakers become both the method and the content of learning. In the present context, the world is going through wars. In this century also, there is a terrorism, there is so much of division, the gap between the rich and the poor. In the global south, there is so much of unrest. So, Father was telling me what I presented. So, I presented this, one of the important aspects after this in the context of the whole universal church. I made it a point that I was standing there on behalf of 1.4 billion Indians, 6.5 billion Asians. That means 60% of the world lives in Asia. And the whole global south, 2/3 of the world lives in a global south. So I made the appeal there, the universal church should make the shift of our focus of development, our concerns in global south. Because the global south is the biggest emerging church and it has the impact on the world today. So from that point of view, these are the areas that commitment. Pope Francis and now Pope Leo, they have given 10-point commitment for all of us. So we are working on it. Maybe next year we may have to sign this pact, the universal pact, to commit ourselves to global compact on education. These all 10 points are drawn from 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. You get it? So there is nothing different than this compartmentalization. This is USBs, these are NEPs, this is GCE, Global Compact on Education. That is what I am coming to the next point. That Pope Leo says wherever access to education remains a privilege. Pope Leo wrote, the church must push open doors and invent new pathways, because to lose the poor is to lose the very meaning of school. He has very clearly stated in this new document, drawing the maps of drawing new maps of hope. In his new document on education, he has stated this, and Pope Francis has said to educate is an act of hope. So he repeated this once again in the new document which is just published last month. Now I am putting before you NEP and what Global Compact on Education is. So these are silent features of new education policy which you all have been doing last many years, last 5 years. The government is going after you, you all are going after NEP, and you know this. I am not referring to it, you can read it. But what I want to show, these are complementary to each other. UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, 17 SDGs, and NEP and Global Compact on Education. So these are very clearly stated here. Now I am putting before you the complementarity. These are NEP focus areas of NEPs, and these are focus commitment of a GC. So let us focus on because GC also gives us the whole universal picture. So make sure that how we can make these commitments for development of higher education. That is the point that which I would like to make before you. Thank you, but I have the last word still to say. I'm just telling you things which happened last when we met in Delhi. The chairman of CBCI Education Board was talking there, and he made a very clear distinctions between the other schools and our schools. What he wants us to have a resource centers. Then when we met privately also, he spoke very clearly about it. Father Ravi was there, Father Charles. We met him privately, which is put the whole interview which we took with him. Father Charles has put it in the new e-bulletin. He has put all these points. The resource center. Now after that, I looked after that meeting, I told Jesuits, you have been from the beginning in this business. Why don't you do it? So it turned out to Father Felicitation, they have all the resources, they can do it. And at the end, finally, both of them looked at me and they said CBCI should start it. So how is that we are come to this level now? We don't have our resource centers. Now if you have one in Delhi तो बहुत दूर है, हम तो गली में रहते हैं. How that gap can be used? So I'm appealing to all our bishop, all the regional chairmen, that each region can start their own resource centers. So I must congratulate this Telugu TCBC. They started the social center, social communication center. That itself can be devoted for training of this, because it has studios, it has conference rooms, everything. So regular, like they have now communication courses, why can't we start training? Now this today is khali kya liya? Chai pani kiya hum log ne. Oh, he is laughing there. Today we just had the test. Means, these topics are so deep and so big, they are frightening. We need to have a regular, CBSE is demanding 50 hours training. Even the chairman said, if you regularize your training center, I will give the certification to your center. Your center can give official certificate. So, all of you, now the bishops cannot do by themselves, but all of our schools should come together to have the resource centers. First, to train our leaders. Second, to train our teachers, coordinators, even till the watchmen and peons, everybody. Because there are topics like safeguarding. Everybody is involved with the children. Safeguarding topic is meant for everybody. Communication is another point. The whole school ethos, all these principles on which we stand. Do our staff know? Do all of us know, first of all, what the church stands for? That is the challenge that which I just want to pose before you as a big question mark. Who will answer that? Sami is sitting here. I'm kicking the ball in your court. Now you play. That is my today's message and take away from all of you, to have a resource center. It is not just resource, but research and resource center. Research has to be done because we have to analyze what are our problems. what are our struggles, what are our challenges, because we are divided between the cities and the rural areas. There is a big divide, Bharat and India. Big divide. There is no one pill for everything. We got to work on that and how to support our whole system. Otherwise, everybody is putting the water in the bucket. There is a hole in the bucket. Water is flowing down. Nothing remains. The same thing will happen with our legacy that which we have inherited. We will not be able to retain our institutional setup, our institutional ethos, legacy that which we have carried. So, my dear friends, it's a happy hour. You feel sleepy, but I'm just awakening you with this disturbing question that are we ready to have our resource center in the region? So also maybe Telugu Desam is divided now in Andhra and this, both can have their own separate. So let's work towards it. Nothing is impossible, and I wish you all the best. Thank you for listening. God bless you.
Thank you, dear respected Archbishop, who flew from Nagpur for us, for enlightening us on the purpose of Catholic education, how to integrate the transmission of cultural and scientific heritage in our institution. And he also informed us how our institutions can come together, coordinate, cooperate and collaborate for the effectiveness. Thank you. Now we move on to the next technical session. We now welcome Mr. Pradeep, Project Director, Speaker of the session, and Reverend Father K. Pratap, Principal Ava Marie School, Ramantapur, the moderator of the session, to occupy the place.
I know how difficult it is to listen to the sessions after lunch. As you all know, for most of the fathers or the sisters, it is a time for a power nap after lunch, or maybe we call siesta. But the theme that we are going to deal now will not give rest to your eyes, especially those who are working in the schools. The theme is the child abuse. CACA, Children Against Child Abuse, refers to the stance that all children have a fundamental right to be protected from harm, exploitation, and neglect. Child abuse is any act or failure to act by a parent, caregiver, educator, or another person in a position of trust that results in actual or potential harm to a child's health, survival, development, or dignity. It is a global issue that occurs in all the communities and social strata. May I now invite Mr. Pradeep, the Project Director of Social Axiom Foundation, the project Children Against Child Abuse, to give his valuable insights.
Most Reverend Elias Gonsalves, Archbishop of Nagpur and Chairperson CBCI, Office for Education and Culture. Most Reverend Prakash Saligi, Bishop of Khammam. Most Reverend Dhaman Kumar, Bishop of Nalgonda. Father Dr. Maria Charles, CBCI Secretary, Office for Education and Culture. Reverend Father Dr. V.K. Swami, Secretary, TCBC Commission for Education. I have two of my team members today with me. I have the Department of Social Work of our organization. She's done Masters in Social Work and has done her specialization in clinical community practice from Christ University, Bangalore. I also have Akshaya Iyer. She has done Masters in Forensic Psychology from National Forensic Sciences University, Gujarat, and she's a part of our Department of Psychology. One of the things that we have started observing in the last decade or so of our experience of working with the school, that there is a constant overlap between the legal judicial system and the school education system in the domain of child safety and well-being. So there are multiple directives that are thrown towards the school, and these directives are not only issued by the state government in the state that you belong to, but they come from central government. They come from different ministries of central government and not just the education ministry. They come from High Courts, Supreme Court, National Commissions. So there are multiple directives which creates some kind of chaos. And we as an organization try to decipher these directives for the schools and help them implement and comply with various directives that are coming towards them. These directives usually come on these 6 domains, which is health, cybersecurity, safety, abuse prevention, emergency preparedness, infrastructure, and transportation. And some of the key parameters, as far as we have built our understanding working with different governing authorities across the country and working with the schools in the tandem, from the perspective of governing authorities, these are some of the key factors that are important for schools to take care of. One is compliance, that any practices that you implement in the school should be aligned with the national mandates like POCSO rules and various directives by government authorities on child protection and well-being. Second is that the schools are now expected to create a very comprehensive safety and well-being framework, especially in the light of recent incidents that we have heard about, something that Dr. Kanan also spoke about, mental health crisis in the country. So establishing a whole school safety approach to child well-being and protection, covering students, teaching, non-teaching staff, and also the school management. It should also extend to visitors and vendors who keep frequenting your schools. There also are mandatory provisions provided in the POCSO rules and various other directives that the schools must have a robust child protection policy, which is aligned with different kinds of legislations in our country. So there are multiple domains that can be covered under a child protection policy, and every single domain also has a legislation against it. So when we speak about protection of children, there is POCSO law. When we speak about mental health of the child, then we have Mental Health Care Act in the country, and so on and so forth. It is also important for the institutions to be able to establish some kind of institutional responsibility and reflect that in the practices that they implement in the school. So position which can help schools position themselves as a responsible, progressive and compliant institution. It can strengthen the stand on zero tolerance towards child abuse and also strengthen the school's credibility and builds confidence amongst the governing authorities. Now, what should be the objective of all of this? It should bring down the risk liability of a school. The school's risk liability can never be zero no matter what you implement in the school. Any introduction of any practices, the school still remains liable for the children that study in them. So the idea of our project is to try and help schools mitigate this, understand the risks, and also bring down the risk liability, creating a safety net not only for children but also for the teachers, for the management of the school. The idea is that if authorities come to your school to do certain audits, you are able to put things on the table and tell them that they are already committed. We have translated our intentions into actions and we have implemented them. Now, just a small reflection of this, Your Grace also showed a newspaper cutting from Maharashtra newspaper. This is a very recent initiative by the School Education Department of Government of Maharashtra, which is the Student Safety and Security Report Form, which was introduced recently, and every month, 15th of every month, the school is required to fill this form and submit it to the state government every single month. And implementation of Project Kaka takes care of roughly around 20 questions, which are out of these 60 questions that the school has to fulfill. So our project has been created from that perspective. This is the state of Maharashtra. In the state of Gujarat, there was a recent tie-up that we did with the Department of Education. So there is an official recognition by the education authorities across the country that how Project Kaka is protection policy as well. In 15 schools, in 15 districts back in 2016, and we have worked with over 5,000 schools across the country in the last 9 years. What this journey has done is it has helped us understand the pain areas of the schools and also helped us understand the perspective of the authorities, that what are the areas and domains that they exactly look at a school and what are the compliances that they are trying to fulfill. Our project gets implemented and we have worked with various types of schools, different kind of ownerships, both types and minority types. We are also selected and recognized by Samagri Shiksha, PM Shri, by central government schemes, and our project is selected in Indian Air Force and the Sun Rifle schools as well. How do we help schools create a positive perception that the school is doing enough on child safety and well-being? In fact, we propagate the fact that as an organization that schools are one of the safest places for children. Do you believe that most number of child sexual abuse cases happen in schools or they happen outside? Do they happen in schools or they happen in their homes? Homes. 95% of the cases, and this is a global phenomenon, you will realize that most of the abuses happen outside, not in the school. Rather, schools become the safest places for children because there are so many practices you are already complying with. You have cameras, you have guards outside, you have somebody sitting in the bus taking the children to the last spot. So already there are practices. So we come as an organization, as a partner, to make them even more robust, try and help you with more compliances, and then reflect the same in the letters and collaborations that we do with it. In the state of Telangana, we have continuously collaborated with the High Court, telling them that there are schools in your state which are implementing Project Kaka. There are multiple directives, communication of our project that goes from these judicial bodies to different education offices and different areas. We've collaborated both with Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. This is the submission of a short report on our project implementation that we do with courts. So wherever our project gets implemented, we list the names of the schools. Every year we create a short report and we submit it to the authorities that these are the schools in your state that have taken progressive step and they are complying with POCSO rules and other directives which are important for the courts, and we tell them. So this becomes a line of defense, a safety net for the schools. So we build that confidence in the eyes of the authorities on your behalf, and we go regularly speak with them. These are the short reports that are submitted every year. We've also got a lot of support from Catholic institutions from across the country. Some of these are reflected on the slides here. We've spoken at various conferences, got support and recommendation letters from different congregations. We were fortunate enough to get opportunity to speak at the CBCI National Consultation that happened this year, at the National Conference of Don Bosco, and similarly in different areas. We were also fortunate and honored to contribute to the child protection policy of the CBCI. We did some work and we contributed towards the child protection area in the document. Our project is run under the guidance of a committee, and these are the committee members. So one of the leading committee members is the former chairperson of the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, Sudhi Narayan ma'am. She's a retired ISS officer. We are also collaborating with government universities. So this is Rashtriya Raksha Universities, which is directly under the Ministry of Home Affairs. Now at the beginning, I told you that there are a lot of directives that keep coming to the schools from different agencies. So you receive these directives from the boards that you are affiliated to. How many schools are affiliated to state boards here? Most of you. How many schools are affiliated to ICSE board? Some. CBSE schools also? One or two hands that I see. So these boards, they continuously understanding the changes in the perspective of the government, keep issuing guidelines to you on different things. It is not only the board, but the judgments of Honorable Supreme Court of India, High Courts, Directorate of School Education, Ministry of Education, National Commission, Ministry of Home Affairs, PSI. Can you imagine so many agencies sending directives to you on a regular basis? How do you keep a tab on it? How do you understand what to follow from it? So we as an organization fill that space, fill that void. We as an organization, have studied around 200 guidelines that have been issued to schools from different ministries and departments, and we have helped schools comply with many of them under our project. One of the most important directives for you to follow is something which is called POCSO Rules of 2020, which lays down responsibility on the school on three areas. One is inculcation of safety and well-being curriculum in the school. Second is training and sensitization. And third is child protection policy. Your Grace has very specifically mentioned that it goes down to your guards and the helpers of the schools of training and sensitization of every single stakeholder. So as an organization, we fulfill this very prominently, and this becomes a line of defense when the project gets implemented. Our project is already implemented in Diocese of Jammu and Kashmir, Diocese of Jalandhar, Archdiocese of Agra, Diocese of Hyderabad, Diocese of Varanasi, and different times we work with congregations as well. Some of the departments, I will directly run to the project deliverables and how we help schools, because there is paucity of time. I won't take more than a few minutes. So we as a project cover all the stakeholders of your school. We have around 23 deliverables. So for students we have 6 deliverables, for teachers we have 7, for non-teaching staff we have 2, for parents 3, and school management 5. All of these instruments and all of these resources that we have developed in a combination help you comply with different government directives. That is the primary objective of an organization. For children, we have created these safety workbooks, which are from upper kindergarten up till 9th standard. They comply with the POCSO notification rule, POCSO rules, and they fall under the subject of life skills and constitutional moralities, and they cover different areas. Then I will also come to monthly different activities that will also fulfill different CBSE or ICSE guidelines. In fact, if I may mention this, that we also do multiple trainings with your teachers, parents, and non-teaching staff. And there are roughly around 19 topics that we have developed. We are already in conversation with both ICSE and CBSE board to become their training partners on the domains of child safety and well-being. And at the request, we have submitted a proposal as well. It is in the pipeline. In the ICSE board, we are due to meet the training department now and take it forward. So we will be officially recognized by both the boards and conduct training through their Center of Excellence. And we would also as an organization be honored to collaborate with the resource centers that the Catholic institutions will cover. We have certifications, different attributes. I will come to the most important part, which is the school child protection policy that we are currently helping the Diocese of Jammu and Kashmir develop. We contribute to the school child protection policy of CBCI. Primarily, they answer these questions. How should a school handle a consensual romantic relationship when both children have consented for sexual relationship? Under mandatory reporting, how long should a school take to report the crime? In which format should the complaint be internally registered within the school? How it should be documented to bring down the risk liability? What if a school is unable to find any external member or a subject matter expert for the committees that are mandated by you? How much information should a counselor be sharing? And different agencies. So these are different mechanisms that we also cover. And you can click a photo of this QR code. I will end the session here. This is the QR code. If you need more information, you can reach out to us, and one of our team members will reach out to and speak more about this. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
So we thank Mr. Pradeep sir for his insightful session on the Social Axiom Foundation project CACA. As we all know, the children are also the citizens. They too have rights like other citizens. They also have the special rights called child rights. Project CACA, that is Children Against Child Abuse, is a right-based project. Project CACA believes that the empowerment of children can be the single most impactful step that can be taken to challenge and face the issue of child abuse. So we thank once again Mr. Pradeep sir for his insightful words that he has shared with us. Let us give a big round of applause to him.
May I request Reverend Father K. Pratap to facilitate Mr. Pradeep, Project Director.
There is a request that happy hours is being extended. Normally in the hotels it has got restriction. So we will have Cardinal for a few minutes to end the happy hours. No? Just I asked him just five minutes to end the happy hours so that important session, 2 sessions are there.
Thank you, Father. Thank you, sir.
Hello, check. All right, all of you stand up. Sitting is the new cancer. Up. Right, all of you stretch. Go this side. Make the noise. This side. Back side. Go front. Now, turn to your partner and give a high five. Ayyo. I got high five. Somebody. Hey, high five. Do a hand like this. Turn and give a high five. Arey yaar, don't hit your frustration on me. Okay, point at the person next to you. Point at the person. And say, you. Louder. You are awesome. Alright, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to say 1, 2 and 3. You're going to do yay. Okay, what do you do? No? Yay. You're not dead. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One louder. 1, 2, 3. Good. So I say 1, 2, 3, you say yay. Then I'll say go. What will I say? Go. What will I say? Go. What will I say? Go. When I say go, you will turn around, give a high five, point and say, you are. Brilliant. So you will minimum do it for 5 people. 5 people. You have to, I tell you why. Do you agree? As a child, when they come in, we need to make the child feel awesome. Yes or no? Yes or no? The child need to feel enthusiastic. Child need to feel loved. Child need to feel cared for. And child need to feel even empathetic. Yes or no? Yes or no? So this is for you to have enthusiasm. So can we all do that? Yes? Ready? 1, 2, 3. And go! One more person. Bishop is meeting. Nobody's coming to him. Pastor, let's give a round of applause to all of you. Come on. Hey, you love it so much, huh? Alright, now, quickly one day, find a partner. Find one partner. Raise your hand of the partner. Hey, not your hand, your partner's hand. They're raising their hand. Okay, now decide among your partner, one is A and one is B. Okay, A raise your hand. A don't raise your hand. A. A raise your hand. Now A alone raise your hand. B put your hand down. A raise your hand. Okay, A point at B and say, you know what? Louder, you know what? I am awesome. Brilliant. Now B raise your hand. Now B point at A and say, even though you're so awesome, unfortunately, I am more awesome than you. Awesome. Let's give a round of applause for the crowd. So, I ended with a small mistake. All of us want to feel awesome in life. Yes or no? Yes. Between birth and death, the only thing we take back are are great memories in our life. Yes or no? Yes. And I think one of the most beautiful things we as educators can do is to create great memories for all our children. Can we all do that? Yes or no? Can we all do that? Yes or no? Yes. I have 1 more minute or over. He wants me to give 1 more minute. Huh? Alright, so then turn to each other. Turn, both the partners turn to each other. Now turn to each other. Okay? So what we are going to do is, Father, come here. So I'm going to demonstrate. We are both our partners, so let me see on the stage. So I say 1, you say 2. And I say 3. Then again you say 1. I say 2, you say 3. So you go fast, okay? And whoever makes a mistake, the other person will get a point, okay? So I say 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Is that clear? Okay, face each other, face each other. Ready? Go, go, go! Alright, good. So now, wait. How is the game starting? Next, this is the second round. I say 1, you say 2. Now, instead of saying 3, I am going to stamp my foot. 3, and then you say 1, 2. Okay, ready. Face each other. Whoever does a mistake, other person get a point. Ready, go. Instead of 2, I'll say 1. Now instead of 2, you have to clap your hands. Good? Clap your hands. 3 is start. Again 1 is you will say. Okay? Face each other. Face each other. Ready? Go! Instead of 1, you are going to do not your head. That is 1. 2 is 1. 3 is 1. Now face each other. Ready? Go! Some of you are doing like this. Alright, let's do another applause for us now. Right now, take a seat. Go back home. Yeah, I'll be there at the back. All the way for yourself. Now only everybody woke up, I think.
Yes. Now we move on to the next technical session. What stops Catholic institutions from being great? May I now request Reverend Father Dr. John Ravi, SJ, Conference Secretary, Jesuit School Education in South Asia, the speaker of the session, to kindly occupy the dais. I also request Dr. Reverend Sister Velangani, Principal of St. Pius College for Women, Nacharam, moderator of the session, to kindly occupy the dais. Father John Ravi is a Jesuit of Delhi province and currently serves as a Conference Secretary for Jesuit School Education in South Asia since 2021. He is also the National Advisor to JAI and member of International Commission on Apostolate of Jesuit Education, Rome. Armed with master's degrees in physics and education, he held key leadership roles including principal and superior of multiple St. Xavier's institutions in Delhi and Rajasthan and has extensive experience in school administration and teaching. He is a recipient of several awards for his contribution to school education and firmly believes that education is the most powerful weapon to change the world.
Reverend Dr. Sister Velangani is the principal of St. Jubilee's 10th degree and PG College for Women, Hyderabad, belong to the Catechist Sisters of St. Anne's, Hyderabad. She is also the regional president of Xavier Board of Higher Education in India and its executive committee member at national level.
May I request Sister Velangani, moderator of the session, to take over.
Yeah, firstly, I thank Father Swami and Dr. Kannan for ending happy hour, which made my job very easy now. So, happy afternoon to dear respected bishops, fathers, sisters, and educationalists. It has been a very productive day, and we are ready for another technical session now with a very good topic to stimulate us this afternoon. What stops Catholic institutions from being great? In spite of our academic performance, quality, faculty, research outputs and innovation, student satisfaction and engagement, facilities and resources, alumni success and reputation, accreditations and recognitions, support services and community involvement, etc. What is stopping us from being great? I am sure our resource person for this technical session has the expertise to stimulate us, as it is rightly said by Mr. Sanjay Radhakrishnan. Are we to continue to do what we are doing or expecting any change or to become great? So let's dive into the discussion and explore the challenges and opportunities that Catholic institutions face in their pursuit of excellence. Father John Ravi will share his insights and experience, and I'm sure we'll have a lively and thought-provoking session. So let's get started. Thank you, Father John Ravi. Father, I think we have 15 to 20 minutes of time for your session, followed by a Q&A session. We will warmly welcome you to share your views and insights. Thank you, Father.
Respected bishops, dear fathers, brothers and sisters, good afternoon to all of you. My sharing, I am not going to use any PPT, so I would like you to pay attention, and my reflection is based on my own experience, 18 years as a principal of CBCI school in Delhi, Rajasthan, and the last 5 years I have been moving around the entire South Asia, visiting all the Jesuit schools. I have already visited close to 400 Jesuit schools, right from Jammu to the other side, and also during that visit I also conducted several programs for men and women religious congregation. So collectively I have put down some of my reflection. I am identifying 12 factors which may be the possible reason why Catholic institutions are not moving towards that direction where we need to. And also, I will also suggest, being a Jesuit, what could be some of our strategies in today's changing educational scenario. The landscape is changing. I will propose what is viable for you. You could take it home and see what can be done. Let me start with an introductory remark. All of us believe Catholic schools in India have a remarkable legacy. A legacy of moral credibility, a legacy of academic excellence, a legacy of character formation, discipline, inclusivity, and very especially commitment to the poor. Yet many agree that we have not fully reached our potential for greatness in today's rapidly changing context, and that is also my feeling. So I am proposing the key factors. I have identified 12 factors. You may have many more, not as a criticism, but as an invitation for renewal for all of us. The first indicator is the excessive reliance on past glory. Many Catholic institutions continue to ride on the reputation built decades ago. We are still talking about 1960s, 70s. Even we, I tell Jesuits, once upon a time when we started the education, Jesuits were known as the schoolmasters of Europe. I asked them, does anyone dare to call today any of the Jesuits as a schoolmaster of today, of India? I don't think so. But remember, greatness today requires continuous innovation, not nostalgia alone. When institutions become content with yesterday's success, complacency creeps in. This is what has happened to our institution. So many of us are still basking on excessive past glory. We need to wake up and see what is happening around. The second one is leadership gaps and frequent transfers. Please remember, a truly great school needs stable, visionary and trained leadership. I hesitate to tell how many of us, even those who are gathered here, can call ourselves as visionary leaders. Priests and religious are frequently transferred. Many new leaders receive very little preparation in modern educational leadership. Ask yourself, how many of us have gone through rigorous professional training? Today, because we are fathers, sisters, and brothers, we are given this responsibility. Have we risen up to this responsibility is a question. And I see there is lack of visionary and adaptive leadership. Many leaders are still operating from the maintenance mode. I call it maintenance mode. Like a pilot puts it in auto mode when it reaches particular height, altitude, and we have put our schools on maintenance mode. But what is required is we need to shift from maintenance mode to innovation mode. Rapid changes in technology, pedagogy, and socio-political context requires leaders who can reimagine education boldly, not just sustain education, institution. Many of us are simply sustaining our institution. And also I see lack of inspiring leadership. How many men and women today can call us, looking at us, we are men and women of faith, transformational leader like Pope Francis? We see a huge vacuum there. And senior staff rarely get leadership grooming. So this leads to disruption, inconsistency, and stagnation. So in my opinion, the second indicator is why we are not moving ahead is the leadership gaps and frequent transfer. The third indicator is the lack of collaborative and participatory leadership. Even today, 21st century, leadership in many institutions is still top-down and authority-driven. Today, what is required is synodal way of functioning. What is needed today is synodal participatory leadership that involves teachers, parents, students, alumni, and local communities in decision making and mission sharing. How many of us are internally free to accept the bottom-up process? Do we listen to the voice of our staff? Do we listen to the senior student? It's a very important dimension. Today, teamwork and collaboration has become the way of life today. The fourth indicator is insufficient engagement with contemporary realities. We seem to be living in our own comfort world. Today's student face AI and digital explosion, mental health challenges and emotional turbulence, socio-media-driven identity crisis, climate anxiety, polarization and hate, addiction to devices, gaming, substances, etc. And sadly, many Catholic schools still function with the 20th century mindset, not a 21st century one. What are we bothered about? Curriculum, assemblies, value education, discipline policies, etc. We are not in touch with the burning realities. So insufficient engagement with the contemporary realities seem to be a problem for many of us. The fifth indicator is overemphasis on administration, underemphasis on mission. A significant amount of leadership time is consumed by fees, buildings, government regulation, legal issues, HR problems, etc. We are excellent administrators. The other day, one of the alumni told me, Father, when we studied in our school, we saw Jesuit fathers as educators. Today we see many of our fathers are administrators. Overemphasis on administration. Today what is required is mission-focused conversation is missing. Catholic identity, pedagogical innovation, student accompaniment, etc. are the great priorities today. So dear fathers and sisters and brothers, greatness requires clarity of mission, not only efficiency of management. Today many are bothered about how good I am in management. It's not enough. Greatness requires clarity of mission, not only efficiency of management. The sixth dimension is risk avoidant institutional culture, comfort zone culture. Many Catholic schools prefer safety over innovation. Fear of controversy, fear of failure, fear of criticism from church, society and government. This often leads to being good but not great. If you are a good leader, definitely there will be criticism. In your administration, if everybody is happy with you, there's something wrong with you, with your administration. Great institutions experiment, take risk and push boundaries. How many of us are willing to do that is a question today. The seventh indicator is uneven teacher formation. Teachers are the soul of any school, remember. Yet, continuous formation is irregular or minimal in many of our schools. Many teachers do not fully understand integral pedagogy, Catholic identity, or modern learning sciences. I had the privilege of conducting teacher training program to DPS groups, ED Goenka, and besides our religious group. When I conduct program, you can see the marked difference. The teachers of Catholic institution and teachers of DPS group or GD Goenka group, even DAB group, how well informed. It is due to lack of teacher formation. How many principals gathered here invest their time and energy in empowering our teachers? We are very good in putting up the buildings, infrastructure. Have we empowered our teachers? So uneven teacher formation, I consider to be another important reason why we are not moving in the right direction. The eighth one is limited accompaniment of students. Catholic school traditionally excelled in personal touch, but due to large class sizes, administrative burden, lack of trained counselors, pressure for marks and performance, the culture of pura personalis is missing today. I can tell you today. Those children, those old alumni remember those fathers and sisters who touched them personally. How many current students remember you when you retire or when you move from that place? Because we have not touched their hearts. Cura personalis is missing. Greatness requires helping every child grow academically, emotionally and spiritually. Do we have time to accompany our children is a question. Because very often we are good, excellent administrators, we have no time to accompany our children. The ninth indicator is weakness in strategic and networking. Catholic schools are 13,000 across India according to Father Maria Charles' data. 13,000 schools across India, yet collaboration is minimal. Resources are not shared. Best practices are not circulated. Teachers rarely collaborate across schools. Innovative schools remain isolated pockets of excellence. Catholic schools in India are numerous, but often work in silos. Congregation by congregation, diocese by diocese. Today, we need to break our boundaries. We need to have intra-provincial collaboration. We need to have inter-diocesan collaboration. Because leadership rarely taps into the immense potential of collaborative network. Today, we need to promote inter-congregational, interfaith, alumni, global Catholic educational network to strengthen our mission. Remember, greatness requires a culture of interdependence and shared vision. And we think we are doing the best, so I need not worry about. Please remember, the enemy is becoming stronger and stronger. Unless we stand united, we will be defeated. So today, there is an important reason why we need to strategically network together. The 10th indicator is fear of engaging with social justice in today's climate. As Bishop Elias very beautifully said, the heart of Catholic education is faith that does justice. But due to increasing socio-political sensitivity, some institutions avoid social justice education, right-based education, critical thinking about society, discussing equity, compassion, human dignity, advocacy for the marginalized. Please remember, greatness demands moral courage, not silence. That's why Father Stan Swami said, I am not a mute spectator. Even a bird, a caged bird can sing. Can we sing? Or we want to be caged automatically, even before others cage you. So today, one of the important things is, why do we have developed the fear of engaging with the social justice in today's unjust world is another point to indicate or reflect upon. The last but one indicator is losing the prophetic edge. At their best, Catholic schools are prophetic, forming people of conscience, truth, compassion and integrity. But many institutions set for clean buildings, good English, high exam result, well-behaved children. Today, how many of us we can say our education is disturbing the hearts and minds of our children? Unless our education disturbs the minds and hearts of our children, our students, our parents and teachers, nothing will happen. These are good. Clean buildings are important. Good English is important. High exam results is encouraged. Well-behaved children are needed, but not the gospel vision of greatness. We are called to form persons for others, not just successful individuals. Don't get impressed by 100% result alone. That doesn't make our school great. So the last important indicator is declining spiritual climate. I pay much importance to this observation. Most of us are very busy in administering the educational institution the whole day and hardly any time to spend in prayer and solitude to ask, where am I going? Am I doing what God is inspiring to me? Celebrating the sacraments have become a routine. Our schools have become task-oriented institutions, not seen as a faith-driven community. That is something missing. Our schools are not seen as a faith-driven community. Less focus on spiritual formation in our school. Some of the schools have stopped catechism classes because of the fear. I don't know what is the fear of. Even up to 9th, 10th standard we have stopped. Please remember, a Catholic school becomes truly great not by the excellence of its building, but by the radiance of its spiritual climate, where faith, compassion and hope quietly shape every heart. Having shared with you the 12 observations, I will conclude by saying, yes, there seems to be some concern, problem, but the road to greatness is still possible. I am a man who believes in hope. Pope Francis said, that's why I like the title of his autobiography, Hope. If you have not read, please read that. And I am a hopeful Jesuit, hopeful Catholic priest. With this hope, I am proposing 7-fold strategies. Greatness is possible and many Catholic schools are already showing sign of it. I am very happy. To truly rise, we need the following. The first, mission-driven trained leadership is a need of the today. Let our institution become mission-driven. Let our staff and students know why they are here. Nothing else except the diaconia service. Mission-driven and trained leadership. We need to train. Those who are major superiors, I will request you, please train your principal. If the leader is good, your institutions will be good. If the leader is not good, you may have the best buildings, best teachers, your school will never rise to greatness. Second, teacher formation rooted in pedagogy and founders' charism. Don't be frightened to share our charism of our founder and foundresses. Let them know our vision, let them know our dream. What are we here for? So teacher formation is important, rooted in integrated pedagogy. And some of us can help you to train your teachers. The third is student accompaniment as a culture. Today we should spend more time not in the office. You should be found in the corridor, playground, classroom, interacting with the children, interacting with the staff. Share your dream. Let your dream become the dream of the whole school. So student accompaniment as a culture of the school. The fourth one is courage to innovate and engage with the modern issue. Make mistakes. Don't be afraid of taking certain decisions. Don't every time rely on the provincial or the bishop. As a principal, take some bold step. Even if you fall down, doesn't matter. Get up again and walk. Start moving ahead. So courage to innovate and engage with modern issues, another strategy we can have it. The fifth one is learn to network and collaboration across institutions. Today, we need to stand together, united as a Catholic Church, not a particular diocese or a particular congregation. I am very happy today a lot of religious are here. We see even in some places there is animosity between the diocesan religious men and women. That should stop. Today, the need of the hour is we stand united as a Catholic Church of India. So, courage to innovate and network and collaborate across institutions is my strategy proposed to you. The last but one is fearless commitment to justice, compassion and inclusion. Don't be frightened to address issues of justice during the assembly. Talk to the staff. Raise certain issues. What is happening? Socio-economic, cultural and environmental injustice with the children. So fearless commitment to justice will help us to move forward. And the last one is very important for me, a renewal of our spiritual foundation and identity. Never compromise with your spiritual life. You may be busy, you may be tied up with any work. If you are not a man or a woman of faith, definitely you will collapse. You may be a popular principle, but you will never be an effective instrument of God's love and compassion to your student and your teacher. So, a renewal of our spiritual foundation and identity. We need to reinvent ourselves to be relevant in today's time. So, concluding note, greatness is not a destination, it is a continuous conversion. So, my dear fathers, brothers and sisters, it is an invitation. All of us are struggling, but if we move ahead with men and women of faith and great deep spirituality, definitely we will be victorious. Many will try to defeat us, but we will always emerge victorious. So with these words of my reflection, I conclude my sharing. And if you have any question, you are most welcome. Thank you. God bless you.
My sincere appreciations to you, Reverend Father John Ravi, for your powerful session on what stops Catholic institutions from being great. Your thought-provoking insights have inspired us to reflect deeply, and our takeaways of this technical session are change of our directions from excessive relying on our past glory to fill our leadership gaps with professional training, to shift from maintenance mode to participatory leadership with focus on synodality, to engage with contemporary burning realities, to shift from overemphasis on administration. Greatness requires clarity of mission, shift from comfort zone culture, to concentrate on continuous formation of teachers, to accompany our children, to break our boundaries, to be morally courageous, to be prophetic, to be prayerful and focus on spiritual formation. Thank you, Father, for your 7 strategies also. Due to lack of time, I'm instructed to not to announce the Q&A session, but let's conclude inspired to make a difference. Thank you, dear Father.
May I request Reverend Joel Anthony to felicitate Reverend Father John Ravi. Thank you, you, dear sister. Thank you, Father. We now move on to an important perspective that integrates faith, values, and modern pedagogy by Reverend Father Dr. Maria Charles SDB, Secretary, Office for Education and Culture, CBCI, Speaker, and Reverend Dr. Sister Mary Jacinta, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, St. Francis College for Women, Hyderabad, moderator of the session to occupy the dais.
Reverend Father Dr. Maria Charles is a Celestian priest serving as Secretary of the Office for Education and Culture for the Catholic Bishop Conference of India. A committed educator and administrator, he has worked extensively in Catholic schools and youth formation, promoting value-based education and cultural engagement. His role at CBCI involves coordinating national initiatives in Catholic education, fostering dialogue between church institutions and society, and strengthening the mission of holistic student development. Dear friends, the concept note for this program was given by him, and most of the technical sessions resource persons were being identified by him. We welcome Father. I now request Reverend Dr. Sister Mary Jacinta, the moderator of the session, to take over.
Good afternoon, Reverend Bishops, priests, brothers, and my dear sisters. I deem it a privilege to be present here for this session. My sincere gratitude to Father V.K. Swami for giving me this opportunity. After this thought-provoking and insightful session on the topic, what stops Catholic schools from becoming great, we move towards a session on strategies for transformative Catholic education. Today, the invitation for religious in India is to make a paradigm shift from concentrating or leaving behind the past glory to focusing on to make our institutions great for the future generations to come. Today, the attention and the focus should be on strategies to make ourselves relevant. The challenge today is to reimagine, rethink, and refocus our strategies to make our education relevant in today's changing socio-cultural situation in the country and the era of digitalization. The challenge today is from moving to be an educator who is a religious to become a religious who is an educator. To make our institutions relevant in today's context, we require strategies for transformative Catholic education, which focuses on how to make Catholic education institutions become places where hearts and minds are renewed, forming young people who think, choose, and act from a deeply Christian vision of life. It is a joy to welcome our speaker, Reverend Father Dr. Maria Charles SDB, who will guide us through this important topic and challenge us to imagine what truly transformative Catholic education look like in our own context. Let us warmly welcome Reverend Father Charles, our speaker, to share his insights on this very important topic, strategies for transformative Catholic education.
Dear Graces, dear fathers and brothers and sisters, good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Yeah. It's the last session. We're And I don't want to give you any more exercises. You have had enough and more. I too had thought of 1 or 2 exercises, but I think more than enough. But will you keep away? I'll ask you a question or two. We'll start. So, you've heard of this term Education 5.0, isn't it? Yes or no? Very feeble yes. 5.0. What is Education 5.0? For that matter, what is Education 4.0 or 3.2? These are terms coined, isn't it? And these are very prevalent ones. Anyone knows what is 5.0? No. And then you come to the exact right session, okay, no? Because I'm going to talk about what is Education 5.0. 4.0 actually diminished very fast. It was digitalization, and it came in no time. From industrialization to computerization, digitalization, we have come a long way to 5.0, where we talk about a combination of technology, human values, and visionary leadership. Okay, so this is a holistic type of education, and 5.0 will pay attention to this. Probably you will learn a new type of a leadership that you can exercise in your life. A type of a leadership that is meant for today's education scenario. A type of a leadership that will make you, as everyone was saying, good to great. Okay, we'll start. The paradigm of Education 5.0. Well, you have seen this. Today's Alpha Gen would tell the parents, the grades aren't my fault, mom. The school has a failure of leadership. The school has a failure of leadership because they are not teaching me properly, So, the Gen X or the Gen Alpha, Gen Z, these are all, I think, after COVID, these children who have come to the school, they are not afraid of teachers. Have you noticed? They are not afraid of teachers. In one school in Delhi, the child was walking out of the classroom and the teacher stopped and said, "Where are you going? What type of a classroom is this? No AC, nothing. Fans are also not working. How can I remain in the classroom?" And she walked out. She walked out. They are not afraid. Because today, many of the children live with air conditioner, isn't it, at home? Because it's very hot and they live with air conditioner. Coming to the classroom, even if the fan is not working properly, they get irritated. This is how it is. They are not afraid. They are not afraid. And so, in this context, Catholic education in India is entering a new moment of possibility and responsibility. The other day, His Grace and a few of us were meeting with the CBSE chairperson, Shri Ragulji, and he was telling us this. You see, he studied in Catholic institutions in Patna, and he grew up with Jesuit education. So he was actually quite praising our institution. But he said, you got to be careful. Today, DPS and EAB, many other schools, DAB, they all have set up their own, as His Grace was saying, their own resource centers. People where they continue to form, continue to build capacity for their teachers or for their principals. Are you doing? If you are not going to form, if you are not going to see the possibility and responsibility, certainly you will go into a decline. He warned us. And this institution must navigate the pressures of technology, emotional struggles among youth, and societal need for ethical direction. Yes. All these things we saw it today. We heard someone talking to us about emotional intelligence, someone talking to us about the pressures of technology, and His Grace also was talking about social ethical direction. Education 5.0 is not an upgrade. It is a mindset shift from teaching for survival to learning for significance. So the principals here and the teachers here, please pay attention to not the theory part of 5.0. You pay attention to your way of teaching. You pay attention to your way of leading the school, your type of leadership. See how well, if it goes well with us. Because this is a new type of This is a new type of leadership. This is a new type of education, that is educational leadership, that is sought after. Now, the core elements are 5 of them. Human dignity, digital wisdom, ecological awareness, emotional intelligence, and global citizenship. You must ask yourself, are you in line with this paradigm? Are you in line with this paradigm? Do you practice this? Do you put this into practice? If you have a knowledge of this, and if you have a sense of in your day-to-day teaching and everything, you need to have these things. It's not enough to have any one of them or a few of them. You need to have all of them. And Education 5.2, if you ask me, it transforms classrooms into innovation labs where empathy, creativity, and technology converge. Many of us have a very easy way of going about, Some say like this: what do I create? Elegant solution is for problems that don't exist. We do that, isn't it? Quite a few times. We create elegant solutions for problems that don't exist. What does it mean? It means we are more worried about appearances. We are not worried about appearances. Not worried about the core values of our education. How do these children grow up? What have they learned? What have they learned? What have I offered them? Not just saying, how they all praise my school, what a standing I have in the society. They are all secondary. But what's more important is the core values of education that you offer to your children. Now, the shift in leadership identity is this: from administrator to animator. Already a few had mentioned this. Leaders are no longer viewed merely as system administrators. They are animators of culture who safeguard institutional identity while driving innovation. Actually, this is a core value of a leader. Core value of a leader. You move from administrator to animator. Every principal here, every teacher here, you are not an administrator. Rather, you are persons who can guide the others. And this is where the mentorship comes. This is the starting point of mentoring. We are called to be mentors. Each of us are called to be mentors, isn't it? Mentors means not just merely instructors, but people who can guide other people. People who can give direction to others. People who can lead others by example as well as by counseling. Now, it is in this context that we need to ask. Leaders must anticipate change and help communities navigate specific modern challenges, including artificial intelligence, mental health concerns, shifting family dynamics, the widening gap between the privileged and the poor. If you ask, this is what is mentioned also in our own Catholic education policy. This is what we mention everywhere. Wherever we talk about policy of how we need to be, we talk about this. We talk about this. We need to include the modern technologies as they emerge. No using. We were once shying away from computers. Why we are shying away from using internet in the school? Slowly we are also using, many schools have started using mobiles in their schools. Mobile technology has come. And many of the children today have already laptops or iPad or tabs or something like that. They bring it to the school in order to enhance. And today AI has come. How do we use AI? Yes. AI is the starting point of your learning today. You need to understand. Don't throw away ChatGPT. ChatGPT is a starting point. Why do you need to worry about what you don't know? Well, you can get it at your fingertips in a few seconds. So keep that as a starting point of your education, or a starting point of your instruction. And from there move on. Move on. What is available here in the internet, what is available in the ChatGPT AI is not something that you have to teach throughout the year. Do you get my point? You don't have to teach something that they already know, which is available to them. Take that as a starting point. From there you go on. Many schools do that. Many schools do that. They take some of these concepts and ask the children to do research. They ask the children to find out more about this concept. Some teachers spend teaching 1 hour about that concept. But some say, this concept is already here. Look at your mobile. Google it. Find out. Ask ChatGPT. What does it say? Yeah, it says this. Do you understand? Yeah. Now from here, we go to the next step. What is the next step? That's what he is teaching. That's what he is teaching. Now, from there, of course, about the mental health concerns many spoke about. And today we need to pay a lot of attention to the mental health of children. Pay attention. Mr. Cardinal and others all have talked about it. Suicidal tendencies, depression, and short, attention span. And people getting distracted of everything. You take the mobile away from a child, the child gets upset. The child gets agitated. Not only child, also sometimes you too get agitated, I think. If you remove the mobile from your hands for a day, then you didn't know what to do after some time. So, this is where we are shifting family dynamics. A lot of things have changed. Today, we are like the Western world, slowly moving into, I'm afraid we don't go there. We don't go there, Every other parent, every other child in the States comes from a broken family, a separated family. Every other child. And Europe also is catching up. Some countries are good, but family, the value of family is declining in many places. But thanks to our Indian culture and ethos, we still cling on to this. Family is our ultimate value. But don't forget, once the family value shatters, the whole society is gone. Our strength is family. Whatever people say, don't give up family. People say, I don't believe in marriages anymore. But you need to believe in family. Believe family is our strength. I firmly believe so. And we need to reach out to these families. Especially when a child comes very disturbed and the parents are young couples, I think the school must make an effort to reach out to the parents. Call the parents, make them stay. Get one of you who is very good at talking to them, listening to them, someone who can advise them. Or get a help of a professional doctor, that would be the best. Or counselors. Talk to the parents. Don't say this is not my work, it's not the work of the school. No. Pope Francis says very clearly, the education does not end unless it reaches the family. The education does not end unless it reaches the family. So the family is included, not because Pope Francis said, but I truly believe that for a child to be very healthy, the parents also have to be mentally and physically very healthy. So the school can be a place where you can converge all this. I don't know, I'm just telling you. Okay. The other one, yes, widening gap between the privileged and the poor. We need to make constant and continual effort in order to reduce this gap. Wherever possible, we need to bring the children into the mainstream. We have a strength, we have institution, and we must never give up the poor. We must never give up the marginalized. Don't we make profit? We make some a little, some more, isn't it? But nobody is running at a loss except those who are in the very rural areas. Others are all can manage. Why can't you include the poor in your planning, in your budgeting? There are individuals who run engineering colleges who give every year 100 students free admission or free this one, they are paying the fee. How can an individual do? Well, an institution can't do. We can. We need the mind. We need a leadership from the provincial, Mother General, and the councillors and the principal. Everyone needs to be pro-poor. Everyone needs to have a heart for the marginalized. Only then such congregations can do a lot for the poor. Alright. One of the first one is visionary thinking. This is the first quality that we need to have. Visionary thinking. And what does it mean? It means beyond immediate demands. Visionary leaders look past daily tasks to ask deep questions like, what kind of human beings are we shaping? Human flourishing. It's another beautiful word. Human flourishing. They analyze how technology can serve human growth and how schools can bridge gaps in a fragmented world. And the third is foundation. The vision is anchored in gospel values, viewing education as an act of hope for the future. Act of hope. So these are the things that you need to have. All of us need to have visionary thinking. What is visionary thinking? Thinking beyond. Thinking beyond what is visible, isn't it? Visible. So you need to look at what our institution to be in next 5 years, 10 years. Where would we go? What should we do? That is a visionary thing. Core quality 2, which is digital wisdom. Yes, not just a knowledge but a wisdom. Human values are, you have to believe in education 5.0. Human values are of the operating system. Okay, technology is just a tool. So it is in this. Role of tech is leaders use AI and digital tools to enhance personalized learning and reduce administrative burden rather than replacing teachers. Ethical guardrails. They ensure technology remains inclusive, ethical, and humanizing. A key responsibility is guiding students and teachers to use digital platforms critically and responsibly. In this line, I also wanted to even discuss with our chairperson that we had a meeting with some people in France, Rome, and in a few other places, including even John Ravi, and plus the vice chancellors of some of our Catholic universities, and for the Burgess from Rajgiri. We all are combining and trying to make a framework of education 5.0, Catholic framework here in India. So, in which we will point out what are the areas or what are those things that need to be part of this framework. And from there, we will also create a national desk that will implement Education 5.0 in our institution. This is our plan for the coming year, and we have already started working on it. We have a core group ready and we have meetings ready. Only I'll have to now allot time in these coming days in order to work this out. And the core quality 3 is emotional intelligence. Today we talked a lot about emotional intelligence. We know it is not enough to have intelligence quotient, but we need to have emotional intelligence. What is emotional intelligence? Why, with rising anxiety and loneliness among youth, leaders must create cultures of care and pastoral accompaniment. Leaders must prioritize counseling, peer mentoring, and mental health literacy. Ensuring the well-being of educators, teacher well-being. Every teacher has to be healthy, mentally and physically happy and well. Only then they can teach the children. If they themselves are sick, how can they teach? So don't overtire them. Don't go on giving all the works in the school to them. So give them also the space. Give them also, respect them also. Respect their suggestions. Take them into your decision making. All these are very important today because they are your collaborators. They are not your workers or staff. They are your collaborators. Don't forget. We need teachers hand in hand to take the education forward. If not for teachers, we alone can never take education forward. So it is in this connection, we need to prioritize. How many schools still go without counselors? These are all wrong today. Today, God forbid, something happens to any one of your children. The first questions they will ask is, where is your counselor, student counselor? Isn't it? We'll ask you, where is your student counselor? You can't say, no, that max teacher is a student counselor. No, you can't say that. You can't say that. You need to have student counselor. The congregations, the provinces, if you can't afford a teacher or counselor for one school, combine it with the nearby schools. So at least 2 days or 3 days in the week they are available in each school, a particular hours. So work it out. Don't say it is not possible. It is possible. And it is compulsory that you have student counselors in your school because a lot of children have something that they want to share to somebody, but they have nobody to share with. And the core quality 4 is moral integrity and ethical courage. And here, Catholic institution must embody values, not just teach them. Leaders must model transparency, justice, and accountability. Leaders must uphold dignity in admissions and ensure equity in opportunities. Leaders' credibility is derived from their character rather than their position. Your position will change. Today you are a principal. After 2 years you could be transferred. But what will stay on is your character. Don't forget. Your character is something that the children will carry through for the rest of their life. Not your position. How much you study. Whether you have a doctorate or a big degree or you are a topper. No, it doesn't matter to a child. What matters to a child is how honest, sincere and impartial you are with that child. That child will remember you for the little kindness that you showed when he or she was vulnerable, isn't it? That's what matters. So this is what we need to practice. Fair practices. Be fair. Be fair. Don't just give something to children because they come from privileged families. Do not do that. And the next one is inclusion and preferential love for the margins. From morning onwards, we have been hearing this. This is a very important topic for every Catholic institution. To be inclusive. To be inclusive strategically means to include those who are physically handicapped, those who are little retarded or slow learners, or people with different disability. That is what is inclusiveness means. But today we also extend this to our society, differences, class differences and things like that. Be inclusive. Be inclusive. So if a child is a little slow learner, do not leave the child from every competition, every show in this one, and do not keep on choosing the same children for every annual day, sports day, and everything. Do not do that. Do not give an impression to the child is not wanted anymore. Do not do that. So these are things that we already talked about, okay? And the next one is collaboration and synodality. It reimagines Education 5.0, schooling as a journey of purpose, resilience and ethical leadership. Do you have these qualities in you? Dear principals and teachers, ask yourselves. These are what makes you 5.0, Education 5.0 leader. Okay, now resilience, ethical leadership, and the shared mission that you have, decentralization of power and decision making, and external partnership. Work with allied minds. Work with persons who are helpful in your neighborhood. Include them. Do not exclude them. Okay, now include them. And the last quality is pedagogical innovation. It is where wisdom meets innovation, shaping learners who can code the future without losing their compassion. You understand the combination? This is what it is. You can be technologically very advanced, but if you are not compassionate, you are not an Education 5.0 leader. Education 5.0 is a merging of compassion as well as intellectual or technological, what you call your abilities. This is a combination. That is why I said it is a type of a holistic leadership that is offered to everyone. Please, everyone, I hope you are following this and try to be a 5.0, Education 5.0 leader in your term and follow all these things. And leader support, yes, these are things that you need to have. And as a conclusion, I will ask you one question. It shifts the question from what will students become to what will they contribute. Okay, now? You make them responsible, socially and otherwise, and make these children, what will they contribute? That is a question that you need to ask yourself. And leadership is not an authority model, but a ministry of accompaniment. It prepares students for service and meaningful lives rooted in justice and empathy, not just for employment. Under such leadership, Catholic education becomes a transformative force, shaping the future with light, truth and hope. I wish each of you and every one of our institutions to be Education 5.0. That is what we talk about, transformative leadership. What is to be transformative is to have these qualities, this type of talents, and also learn, keep learning. What is the problem in learning how to use AI? You don't have to create AI tools, but at least there are hundreds and hundreds of tools. Learn to make use of them. Okay, that's what they have said. So that's it. These are the few keywords that I used in this talk that I had. You can take any of these keywords and ask yourself if you have at least some of them, a few of them, or some of them, or all of them. You know? So thank you very much. That's it.
A sincere and heartfelt thanks to you, Reverend Father Dr. Maria Charles, for your insightful session on strategies for transformative Catholic education. It was an enlightenment that came to me at this moment, because this was the first time I heard about Education 5.0 and the qualities that a leader would require to continue this Education 5.0. The 7 core qualities that you initiated that were truly enlightening. The first and foremost quality of a great leader is a person with visionary thinking, one who has digital wisdom, who promotes emotional intelligence and takes care of teacher well-being, and above all, a person with human integrity. Father Charles, your practical strategies and visionary guidance have inspired us to reimagine Catholic education as a transformative force that shapes both character and competence. We are grateful for your time, wisdom and commitment to nurturing educational leadership across the nation. Thank you once again, Father Charles, for enlightening us and empowering us.
Thank you, Father Dr. Maria Charles, for this enlightening and empowering session, and thank you, Reverend Dr. Sister Maria Jacinta, for moderating the session. We now move on to the next session.
We now open the floor for an interactive and collaborative dialogue, taking forward the education ministry, moderated by Most Reverend Prakash Sagili, Bishop of Khammam. Most Reverend Daman Kumar, Bishop of Nalgonda. I request and Most Reverend Bishop Thomas Santiago, Reverend Father Thomas Santiago, and Reverend Father V.K. Swami to occupy the dais. Most Reverend Prakash Sagili is the Bishop of Khammam, Telangana, appointed in 2014. Born in Andhra Pradesh, he was ordained priest in 1984 and has served in various pastoral diocesan roles before becoming bishop. As a shepherd of the Khammam diocese, he focuses on pastoral care, evangelization and strengthening Catholic institutions, guiding the faithful, dedication and strong emphasis on community building and social outreach. He has a dynamic personality and was a youth director at the national level. He was a deputy director of St. John's Medical College, Bangalore.
Most Reverend Daman Kumar is the Bishop of Nalgonda, appointed by Pope Francis in February 2024 and consecrated in April 2024. A member of the missionaries of St. Francis de Sales. He was ordained a priest in 1919 and he has served as a parish priest, seminary rector and principal. He also served as the priest in Europe too. As a bishop, he is dedicated to pastoral care, evangelization and strengthening the Catholic education and social outreach in the diocese.
Respected bishops, friends, participants, greetings to all of you. Since we are running short of time, also I find many of you are tired. I'm the only one who is looking somewhat fresh. That perhaps maybe I have to do my task, right? Yes, when you about I know for certain that when you are at the school, you are very ever active till 35, 45. So that way, all of you are active. So we thought, under the advice of our Archbishop, it's better we close it little early than asking them to wait for a longer time. This open session, we wanted to have it in order to have a clarity about our vision and mission. Of course, we don't go for the vision in such a way that will not become a reality. It is the inclusive leadership we want to have in the school education or college education, higher education. So that is the reason we wanted to have this meeting. I will spell out a few things, the areas. Instead of allowing the house to respond now, it may take time. We will share our mail ID and the phone number. Since the Commissioner of Education, Commissioner and Director of Education, Dr. Nicholas, is not able to make it, he asked me to ask the concern of our Christian institutions in the districts especially, regarding the recognition or any other issues that they are facing. You can send your message so that it becomes your own instead of asking common things. And he said he would really come back and give to you a proper response for that, or he will take up the matter. So may I appeal to all of you, though he has not come. He is part of our program. He is also interested in solving the issues that you come across in the districts or any other institutions. So you are free to send the mail. The same thing will be translated to our Commissioner and Director. Incidentally, this gentleman was our alumnus from Valerian Grammar High School, Bolaram. I do know him well. He was under Father Matthew, T.M. Matthew was his principal. So he has the same regard, and we can work out with him in case you have any technical issues regarding the school issues. That's the first part. The second part, we are also asked to contribute for the running of the office at New Delhi. Father Charles, you might have seen in his presentation, the whole life is for his work, and that is the way he prepares. But he needs people also to work to cover the entire India. Before the Corona, our Telugu states were contributing a good amount to them so that they can run the office. We become part and parcel of their office, and recently we could not do it. We have not collected from you. So our Cardinal and other bishops feel it is better that we ask our people to contribute so that it becomes a one group. And we have also shared the QR, and some of you have already responded. Those who are not able to respond, please respond so that we will be able to fulfill our obligation towards the national office and our office. Already Archbishop has given a mandate, which earlier you have heard us from us several times. Common resource pool has to be there in every part of India, and especially the southern states. We need both research and the resource persons have to be trained. So since he has already given the mandate, we have certain resources from the infrastructure and so on, but we have to group the people from our own faculty members and others. Even for that work, we need really your contribution. And the third part I would like to mention here, there are certain concerns in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh regarding the taking care of our poor, the students who are coming from economically poor students. So can we not do something? Because it's not necessary that we go on reminding you. It is not necessary that the TCBC Commission for Education has to send a reminder. You are having your own conscience, you are having your own mandate that you have to take care of them. So please, 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 and see that these children are taken care of. Minimum we expected at least 50% and above. In case he is working in some office, if he is having 3-4 children, then what is the use of telling you are working in the government office, you are also earning? Okay, but it is better, Cardinal and the other bishops are appealing to you that it is a time has come to take care of these people and show that we are for them, to show that we are having inclusive. This is our appeal to you. And if you have any doubt about it, please send your mail, we will clarify instead of having open house. And in this context, I would like to also make it as a vote of thanks now itself. When we thought about it, first thing, we wanted to glorify God as one community of the education missionaries of Telangana. And that is the reason we wanted to come together. And from the beginning, the morning to evening, I'm quite sure many of you have really participated and we have glorified God through our good participation and listening to all the resource persons. So let us express our gratitude to God. Finally, when we have a hymn to Mother Mary and national anthem, that would be a nice way of expressing our presence to God. And when we have spoken about this one, first we discussed with the bishops and we discussed with the Cardinal, and they have their own problem of giving the dates because we had a Jubilee in December, in October, and we were not able to make it. That is the reason we have pushed to December, perhaps next year and all, November we can have. And from the beginning of the conceiving this idea, thought, everything, Father Charles did. Shall we all just clap hands and appreciate? He did really good work. And he identified all the resource persons. And he's only looking simple, but he's a man who is full of wisdom and knowledge. You ask him, he will do. Okay. And he doesn't mind because knowledge has to be shared and he will prove it. And that is the reason I am asking you that you all come out and you can be also an instrument in sharing your own ability or aptitude in other institutions. So we are all meant for everyone. In this context, I would like to appreciate our bishops for every enthusiasm or every effort. They appreciate us and they ask us to go ahead. I'm grateful to them. And also our leaders, we call them as local leaders, especially provincials and the superior generals. They are kind to me because I do not know whether I smile at them. They smile at me every time when I go. I ask some favor because I don't have not even one attendant with me. And I ask Father Balashwari, we don't need to do it. He is a Vicar General and he is a correspondent of the St. Joseph Degree PG College. So you have to do it. Okay, what to do? When you ask, how can we say no? So this is what St. Joseph's people have done and all of them have come. Staff members, students, everybody, that is the way they have run the show today. And to prepare this one, 2 months back, I asked one nice sister who is our governing body member, Beth Bashirabad. She did, yes Father, I will do it, everything. So twice she has done because some of the leaders have to be changed. The first thing I shared with all of you, 4 pages with a concept paper, and afterwards finally now we have brought out the 2 pages for you, and that is the way that sister has done. St. Anne's Society, but Bashirabad sister has done. Okay. Then when I asked the Superior Mother General of the St. Anne's Paringapuram sister, you are all having a big celebration for 150 years, glorifying your founder. But what about we are all founding here and we have nothing? What about your hospitality that you showed to us? She said, yes, the entire hospitality today morning to evening, it was given by the St. Anne's Society and they have done well. When I asked another local leaders, what about our people when they come? I cannot give ordinary papers just like the take and go. They need all the stationery and so on. When you ask, when we say no, so that is St. Patrick's High School, they came. and they have brought all their files and so on and so forth. So this is the way they come forward. So this is known as a team spirit. This is known as oneness. This is known as togetherness. Now our friends are here. New building inaugurated on the 10th November, and our Cardinal came and inaugurated. He said, "Your auditorium looks grand. Why can't we have the first meeting here itself in some seminary?" Okay. Then they said, yes. It's a good moment for them also. And this is the first meeting we are having. On account of that, they completely look at it. When you go back, you can also build another institute, this type of hall, so that's what Father Charles was saying. You have to prepare yourself for the future. And it's not only teaching, learning, it is your infrastructure also. That makes a difference. So I should appreciate Brother Sergeant, the provincial, who has been our team, and now since he has become the provincial, I asked him, now from Pune you direct, not necessarily from this school, and he has been doing, Sergeant, please, why don't you get up? Let them know. For everything he will do for us, common purpose, all common work, he will never say no. And the brothers also, whether it's a Brother Shine Alex or other people from here locally, Brother Arun, Brother Joseph, all of them will cooperate. This habit is something I have learned from them. They will never say no. They will adjust. Does not mean that they just want to throw it like that, but they will adjust to all the difficulties, and they have done. So why am I elaborating? Let the teamwork start in your mind, in your attitude. And some of our people, when we have been announcing and when we have been preparing, no, today we thought we will take our teachers for picnic. Why you don't find some other time? So many resource persons have come here. In spite of the problem and the difficulties of coming from Chennai or Delhi because of flight, they have taken effort. And you know very well how our Archbishop, the President, has come, how Father Charles has come. So I would like to ask you, to request you, let us change our mind from this day onwards. Let us all work together. Time has come, and we shall glorify the Lord only by our doing and including all our poor children under our care. So this is what I would like to say. Now may I request both the bishops to share their thoughts, and afterwards we shall go for the pledge, national anthem, and so on.
Prasangala Parampara Adhika Prasangam. For the Eminence, from morning onwards, we have been listening, and teachers and sisters and fathers are that's why you should understand your students when they make like this, all those things. So they'll say, "Oh, what are you doing, man? Dad? Get up, go outside," and so on. We shout at them, we punish them, and they go weeping and so on. Anyhow, it's too long. We have been. Today's menu has been excellent. The other day I was in St. John's, where Bishop is also governing board member. I happened to be there. The previous day they had a birthday of 3 priests, different times. And the director was telling me we had excellent, delicious, too many items. I feel today we had excellent, delicious, too many items. Too many people. Each one is a seminar by itself. I think the Education Commission of the TCBC must think of things in that light. Otherwise, they are in a hurry to give in a gist form because they have so much of research, experience, and so on. But there is no time, and therefore there are 4 types of schools. Someone says legacy is one, and what are the rest? 3 of them. They just go away because there is no much time. And therefore, I think as in the gospel, the Lord after the resurrection, he was walking through Emmaus, and he was talking to the two disciples. The disciples are saying, are our hearts not burning, as he was talking on the way? I am sure each one of the awe point has been there, the awe point. Well, this should be implemented, or this is where we are lacking. This is how we should go. And that's why we should sit back and reflect and research and say, this is not the way that we are supposed to continue. That's why Father John Ravi has told us, let's not take pride in our past histories. Let's do something. And I have picked up a few things just to share with you, and also the chairman of the CBCI Health Commission, CBCI Education Commission, I was about to say Youth Commission, but anyhow, and Father Charles, our Cardinal, is there. A few things like the resource center, which Father VK said that they are in process. And I always felt there should be counselors in each school, not a counselor, a maths teacher or social teacher or some other teacher, a specified, qualified, committed human counselor for every school, or even 2 or 3 schools like that. The teachers are our partners, they are not our slaves or workers. Sometimes the way that we, the correspondents or the HMs or the managers look at them, they are like straw, they are like servants or slaves to us. So therefore, in this today's point, strongly has come that everybody is a partner and nobody is a slave or a servant. And therefore, that's how we need to. And our education is a student-centered education. As the Holy Father has said, the education is incomplete unless it goes and reaches to the family. And therefore, let's not be frightened about our mission, or the vision with which our founder has started our congregations. And then also, let's work together. My congregation, people have got their own youth wing for their congregation, they have their own education, all that is okay, but there is a time that we should come as one group, crossing all borders of diocesan or religious or men religious, women religious, JMJs or St. Anne's, it doesn't matter. We need all to come together. I think the Education Commission of the region must work on that. And someone said, non-teaching staff are the mirror of the school. The way that they welcome or the way that they prawn will show that they give an impression about our school. And from being administrators, we need to move on as educators. As someone said, earlier we used to have a lot of educators, now we have plenty of administrators, which is not palatable. Commitment and justice, even to the marginalized. Marginalized does not necessarily mean the Dalits and the tribals. All those who are little backward, maybe in intellect, maybe in sex, maybe in some other thing, all those people put together, we need to have a definite stand for the downtrodden, for the marginalized, whatever line they are marginalized with. I remember the young Catholic students, the movements like IGAV, YCS, YSM are very much needed in today's schools. Long ago, we have said education is not for grades, not for marks, not for classes, but the education of the heart. Learn to live, live to grow, grow to change. That's how I think the new society is formed. And therefore, I really I rushed to Father John Ravi to grab this. I told Deputy General Manager of the schools of the Diocese of Khammam, you must make sure that every school is represented in this. I think one of the biggest number of participants must be, give me a clap. Because not only preaches and so on, clap also is very important. So I think we should stop here. We should stop here. This is a new phase, new turn. This is not the end of life, but this is the beginning. And therefore, this is not the end of the road, but the bend of the road. And let's therefore, we are all tired, including myself. We will definitely make difference with our education commission. Thank you and God bless you.
Now we will invite Bishop Taman, the Bishop of Nalgonda, to give his message for us.
Once again, good evening to one and all. His Lordship, Archbishop Elias, Archbishop of Nagpur, His Lordship Secretary Prakash Garu, Bishop of Kamam, Father V. Swami, the Secretary of Education, Telugu States, in Telangana in particular, and Father Thomas Santiago, CRA President, Superior Generals, Provincials, Fathers, Sisters and Brothers, and my dear teachers. Really a wonderful day, a lot of input sessions we have experienced, and it's really enriching and enlightening to all of us. This helps us to see where we stand now. What is our future challenge? They have learned from us, and we are staying where we are, and they are going ahead of us. That they, I suppose you understood, is it not? So we need to move forward in such a way. As for my reflection from all these sessions, I would say we should have that balanced approach to reach the reality in these times of challenging times, in this present scenario. As I was listening from this artificial intelligence, what about the original intelligence that we have? Everybody is blessed with the original intelligence, intellectual capacity from God. That has to be balanced. If you don't balance between these two, original intelligence, a gift of God, at the same time, artificial intelligence that is going to come. Therefore, there's a big question mark. What would be the human life tomorrow if all this digital world comes, artificial intelligence grows and so on. Therefore, as religious, committed men and women in the field of education, it is a big question mark and a great challenge. So I would say, my dear fathers and sisters, brothers, let us have a balanced approach to reality. The reality is to face the challenges that we have in the field of education. We cannot lag behind. We don't have a reason to be behind because we have everything. Infrastructure, ground, lots of facilities are there. But people, those who don't have so much of that facilities, they are running schools. They are simply going ahead with all kinds of commercial ways and means. So much commercialization we cannot do because we are religious. As Pope Francis and Pope Leo, all these popes are repeatedly telling us our aim is to look at the poor and the marginalized. Keeping that in mind, we should balance our approach. Therefore, it's an important task for us that we need to take it as a challenge. In spite of all these challenges that we have, we need to be courageous, faithful to our vocation, and doing the ministries in the field of education. That's why founder from MSMS congregation, he said the heart of education is the education of the heart, which means not ART, HERT, heart. So before we do the pledge, you keep your right hand left side on your heart side, that you will do now, not now, afterwards, when you do the pledge, so that we know how important it is for us to pledge before God heartfully and thereby to continue this mission of education. And also, one more thing I would like to say and conclude. My dear fathers, sisters, brothers, true it is we are caught up in this cooperative schools and so on, cooperative methods, and the way in which they squeeze the students and teachers and all that we know. So that way we cannot work out. That is for us very sensible issue. We have to kill our conscience at work. That we need not do. We stand for our values. If all our schools stand for values like discipline, dedication, devotion, love and service, naturally we will continue this mission of education forever and ever. Amen. Thank you very much. All the best. God bless you all.
Dear friends, before we move on to the pledge, we have certain people to be recognized, acknowledged, and we are going to have now. Also, the Holy Cross sisters from Alirajpet, they came and took over the registration job, and Mr. Raymond from Timalgari, he has supplied today food and other things. And once again, we are grateful to brothers community who accepted all the responsibility of taking care of us, extending all the possibility. And you will find all their staff. For the last 3 days, they have been working with us, and till such evening 7 o'clock rehearsal and so on. And we are also grateful to Ave Maria School, who brought the welcomes dance, and also the local school, that is Little Flower School, they brought the prayer song. So we are grateful to all of them. They have done their work in order to make us happy, to make this environment very friendly, and we have done our level best to use it and enjoy it in order to show that we care this place and other place and including our children. So with this note, my dear friends, may I request our Archbishop to come to the dais, because finally he has to bless us. And after the pledge, he will bless each one of us before we send home. May I appeal to you, please.
Thank you, dear bishops, and thank you, dear fathers. May I now request Most Reverend Dhamal Kumar, Bishop of Nalgonda, to honor the following guest. Reverend Sister Yerua Inama, former Superior General of JMJ Congregation. Kindly come to the
Kindly come, this is a special award.
Reverend Fathers Anthony Sahai Rajan, Principal St. Joseph's Degree and PG College, Hyderabad.
Next.
Reverend Sister Helen May, Holy Cross Provincial Treasurer TCBC.
Sister Helen still continues to be the signing person as a treasurer, so that's why we have to honor her, and she extends always help for the registration desk. Sister Itlama is one of the veterans of the JMJ who has been extending a lot of help for us. He was a former Superior General of JMJ. Father Sagaraj, the principal of St. Joseph's Degree and PG College, brought the children and the staff. And the Reverend Father Babu, Missionaries of Compassion, and his mother, Superior General is here, and he did good work along with the sister and Anita Madam. In case I have left out any names, please bear with me, and we are grateful to all your help. We shall all rise and we take the pledge. Now you can just see whether that light, small light that we have given, whether it becomes a handy for you. Yes.
Thank you, Most Reverend Tamankumar, for doing the honors. Pledge with lighted candles. This is our last event which we want to carry to our working places to continue the mission of our Master who called us to follow him. May I request Most Reverend Tamankumar, Bishop of Nalgonda, to lead us with the pledge.
So keep your right hand on left side where your heart is. As I have already mentioned, the heart of education is the education of the heart. Let us recite together. Almighty God,
the good teachers and the light in my heart. May His compassion shape my heart, His humility my leadership, and His courage strengthen my decision.
I will lead with the spirit of
reflection of Christ, who came not to be served, but to serve. I will honor the ministry of every student, parent, and teacher, seeing each one the living image of God. I will help create the spaces where faith is alive, where hope is built, and where love is foundation. All teaching and compassion. I pledge leadership of the Spirit, especially in moments of challenge, uncertainty, and responsibility. May the spirit of wisdom enlighten my mind and inspire ignited passion of truth, justice, and goodness. I want to walk in integrity, patience, and courage, remembering always that Christ is the true teacher, and that my mission is to lead every heart to truth. If the God says, I make this solemn pledge as my calling and this responsibility, may the name of the preserves the gift of wisdom intercede for me and walk beside me every day, so that I may faithfully guide the path of truth and hope. For all who are entrusted in my care. Amen.
This pledge signifies our collective commitment to guide and enlighten young minds. Thank you, Your Grace, for leading us in this meaningful commitment. Let us all now sing the hymn to our Blessed Mother as we are about to celebrate the feast of the Immaculate Conception on 8th December 2025.
No man can leave us an island, journey through life alone. Since God was loved by your mother, Jesus gave us His own. Be with us, Mary, along the way, guide every step we take. Lead us to Jesus, your loving Son. Come with us, Mary, come. When Jesus met with rejection, Mary stood by the cross. How can a mother desert the Son? She will also stand by us. Be with us, Mary, along the way. Guide every step we take. Lead us to Jesus, your loving Son. Come with us, Mary, come. Help us, O star of the ocean. Be with us in our strife. When we are faced with temptation, caused by the storms of life. Come with us, Mary, come. Come with us, Mary, come with us, Mary, come with us, Mary, come.
With this, we formally
Before we close, my dear sister, excuse me. Well, Father Vigesami, the Secretary of the TCBC Commission for Education, Telangana, has been preparing for this meeting almost for 6 months. If I remember, he has said, please mark December 6th as the day for our education seminar. And he has done a lot of good work. Every time he sends me a draft and says, Prakash, see it, and if you have anything to say it, and so on. Because we were companions and friends from our seminary days onwards in Pune, and I am very glad that it successfully, the way you contacted the entire resource team, it's marvelous. The topics that have been, called out is really marvelous. I really appreciate and thank you on behalf of the TCBC, on behalf of all the participants. We are grateful to you, and God bless you and give you good health. Now we clap. I also wish to bring to the note of the faculty and the students of St. Joseph's Degree College, right? Father Sagai Rajwar is the principal. They also have done a lot of good work, and we appreciate them and their sweet smiles. Give them a clap.
The Lord be with you.
And with your spirit.
Almighty God bless you, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Come down upon you and remain with you forever and ever.
Amen.
We shall now remain standing for the national anthem.
Punjab, Sindhu, Gujarat, Maratha, Dravida, Utkala, Vanga, Vindhya, Himachala, Yamuna, Ganga, Utsala, Jalajitaranga, Tava Shubha me jaye, Tava Shubha shishamaye, Gahi Tava Jaya Gata. Mangaladayaka Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 Jaya.
With this, we formally conclude the Lighting Your Path Education Conclave. May the knowledge shared today inspire transformative action in our institutions and empower us to nurture future-ready learners. Thank you all for your gracious presence and participation. Have a blessed and enriching day. Jai Hind.
You're giving us some tears, you know? Some tea.